Before we begin the proceedings of the session, I take this opportunity to give our distinguished speakers and our participants a glimpse of our institution, Meher Chand Mahajan DAV College for Women, Chandigarh. Established in 1968, re-accredited A by National Assessment and Accreditation Council, our college has maintained a glorious tradition of excellence and is a premier institution with more than 5,000 students from diverse regions and from all across the country and from other countries as well. Ranked among the topmost institutions by top magazines like India Today, our premier institutions is running diverse courses. Our English department has a research center of its own, and we run 7 postgraduate courses, apart from innovative add-on courses and graduation in humanities, commerce, sciences, including microbial and food technology. I would also like to place on record our gratitude to Madam Principal, Dr. Nisha Bhargava, a NEC assessor, Senator, Punjab University, and a member of various planning bodies in the university, whose inspiring vision continues to guide us in all our academic endeavors. Under her able guidance, we bagged the Cleanest Campus in India award among the residential colleges category in the Cleanliness Mission Swachh Bharat 2020, a Union of India government initiative. It's a matter of pride that we received the RUSA infrastructure grant of 2 crores under the flagship mission of MHRD, now Ministry of Education. The essence of Rashtriya Uchchata Shiksha Abhiyan is to ensure equity, access, and excellence in higher education sector. And we have undertaken a host of infrastructural additions in the college by constructing utilities for students and staff alike, upgrading labs, procuring various learning resources out of this grant. We have also continued our endeavors towards sustainable development by undertaking the solar photovoltaic panel installation, rainwater harvesting, and water boosting systems. We express thanks to State Project Director Chandigarh and also to Mission Coordinator RUSA for generously supporting all our endeavors. And therefore, we got a grant of rupees 2.5 lakh as preparatory grant for carrying out the capacity building initiatives for students, support staff, and the faculty. Today's event is also sponsored under the aegis of RUSA. Since New Education Policy 2020 aims at reaffirming the rich Indian traditions, it is worthwhile to deliberate on how we can integrate moral and ethical practices in the framework of curriculum itself. With this brief introduction to the event and to both the institutions, I would now request Dr. Meenakshi Rana, our co-convener for the program, to introduce our distinguished guests formally. Dr. Meenakshi.
For the wonderful beginning of the event, and we are very it was a very pleasant introduction, and the pride on our institution and the country is now becoming bigger and bigger. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now, before proceeding towards the beginning of the session, friends, we are beginning this workshop with the inaugural address, followed by the special address by our chief guest, Mr. Harjinder Kaur today. Today, the inaugural address would be given by Dr. Nisha Bhargava, Principal, Meher Chand Mahajan, DAV College for Women, on the role of education on character building with special reference to NEP 2030. However, lots of things I have to say for Madam Principal, but smartly I have taken her self-composed poem only to introduce the topic, to introduce her spirits and commitment towards the life and towards the institution. Now, I would like to take this opportunity with kind permission of Dr. Nisha Bhargava, Principal, Meherchand Mahajan DAV College for Women, to recite the poem composed by her only. अच्छी बातें याद रहती हैं मुझे, अपनी नेमतों का हिसाब रखती हूँ। अच्छी बातें याद रहती हैं मुझे, अपनी नेमतों का हिसाब रखती हूँ। चंद रिश्तों पे नाज है मुझको और कुछ दोस्त लाजवाब रखती हूँ। मैंने सीखा है पर्वतों से अटल रहना, दरिया के पानी से पाई है रवानी। मैंने सीखा है पर्वतों से अटल रहना, दरिया के पानी से पाई है रवानी। बुलंद इमारतों के खंडरों से जाना कि शानो शौकत है आनी जानी। महकी है फिजा ये कहती है, महकी हुई फिजा ये कहती है, सूखे फूलों में भी खुशबू आती है। बरगद के पेड़ों की घनी छांव में भी थके मुसाफिर की राह तकती है। जिंदगी एक खूबसूरत ख्वाब है, इसमें हकीकत के रंग भरती हूँ। जिंदगी एक खूबसूरत ख्वाब है, इसमें हकीकत के रंग भरती हूँ। जो खो गया है उसका गम नहीं, जो मिला उसका शुक्रिया बार बार हर बार अदा करती हूँ. So this was the poem composed by Dr. Nisha Bhargav, and it was my smart act to take her self-composed poem only to introduce you to this of her spirits, her commitment, her attitude towards life, and her style of leading the life. Now, without wasting much time, I would like to invite our worthy principal, Dr. Nisha Bhargava, our inspiration, to deliver the inaugural address on the topic role of education in character building. Ma'am, please take over. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Meenakshi. Thank you for your kind words. And thank you, Mrs. Neena Sharma, for the beautiful introduction to the college. Madam Harjinder Kaur, our chief guest for today, Dr. Sapna Nanda, Dr. Sharda Shakya, Dr. Sudhi Mandloi, Mrs. Neena Sharma, Dr. Meenakshi Rana, other faculty members, and dear participants. मैं आप सबका आज के कार्यक्रम में स्वागत करती हूँ। आज के अपने अतिथियों को मैं ये बताना चाहूंगी कि हमारी संस्था जस्टिस मेहरचंद महाजन की स्मृति में 1968 में स्थापित की गई थी। जस्टिस महाजन भारत के तृतीय मुख्य न्यायाधीश थे। उससे पहले वो जम्मू और कश्मीर के प्रधानमंत्री भी थे। उन्होंने शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में और विशेष तौर से स्त्री शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में अतुल्य योगदान दिया और आज के समय में ये संस्था हमारे पूजनीय प्रधान जी आर्य रत्न श्री पूनम सूरी जी जो पद्मश्री अवार्डी हैं, उनके तत्वाधान में ये संस्था एक राष्ट्रीय महत्व की संस्था के रूप में काम कर रही है। इस समय सारी दुनिया कोरोना नाम की महामारी के साथ जूझ रही है और मैं ये आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि हमारे स्टाफ ने ऐसे समय में अपना मनोबल पूरी तरह से कायम रखा है और ऑनलाइन टीचिंग को बहुत ही सहजता के साथ अपनाया है और लगभग 1 साल से यहाँ पर ऑनलाइन सेमिनार, वर्कशॉप्स, वेबिनार्स लगातार हो रहे हैं और इन कार्यक्रमों में देश विदेश से लोग बढ़ चढ़कर भाग ले रहे हैं। अभी कुछ दिन पहले ही कम्युनिकेटिव स्किल्स पे एक रूसा स्पॉन्सर्ड वर्कशॉप हुई थी जिसमें देश भर से और 19 दूसरे देशों से लगभग 1300 लोगों ने ऑनलाइन भाग लिया था। इसी तरह नारी सशक्तिकरण पर भी एक अंतरराष्ट्रीय वर्कशॉप लगाई गई थी एराइज के नाम से, जिसमें भारत के अलावा 23 दूसरे कंट्री से 1200 से भी ज्यादा लोगों ने भाग लिया और ये दोनों कार्यक्रम यूट्यूब पर भी लाइव टेलीकास्ट किए गए। उनकी रिकॉर्डिंग्स यूट्यूब पे अवेलेबल हैं। इस अवसर पर मैं सर्वशक्तिमान ईश्वर का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ और साथ ही मैं अपने स्टाफ का भी बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट करती हूँ जिनके अथक प्रयासों से मुश्किल समय में भी ये संस्था आगे बढ़ती रही है। आज के मेरे वक्तव्य का विषय है रोल ऑफ एजुकेशन इन कैरेक्टर बिल्डिंग विद अ फ्यू रिफ्लेक्शंस ऑन न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी। आइए सबसे पहले देखते हैं कि व्हाट इज एजुकेशन। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने कहा था कि एजुकेशन इज द मैनिफेस्टेशन ऑफ द परफेक्शन ऑलरेडी इन मैन, अर्थात जो पूर्णता पहले से व्यक्ति में है उसका स्पष्ट रूप से प्रकट होना ही एजुकेशन है, शिक्षा है। मार्टिन लूथर किंग जूनियर ने कहा है, इंटेलिजेंस प्लस कैरेक्टर, दैट इज द गोल ऑफ ट्रू एजुकेशन। इसी तरह एल्बर्ट आइंस्टाइन ने भी शिक्षा की बहुत ही सुंदर परिभाषा दी है। वो कहते हैं कि एजुकेशन इज व्हाट रिमेन्स आफ्टर वन हैज फॉरगॉटन व्हाट वन हैज लर्न्ड इन स्कूल। यदि हम औपचारिक शिक्षा की बात करें तो कहने को तो शिक्षा स्कूल से शुरू होती है, लेकिन एक बच्चे की शिक्षा उससे कहीं पहले शुरू हो जाती है। सच्चाई तो ये है कि एक बच्चे की शिक्षा उसकी माँ के गर्भ में ही शुरू हो जाती है। जैसी माँ की भावनाएं, उसके विचार होते हैं, वो उसके बच्चे में स्थानांतरित होते हैं। और जब बच्चे का जन्म होता है तो उसके आसपास का वातावरण भी उसे प्रभावित करता है, उसके घर का माहौल भी उसे प्रभावित करता है। और बचपन में जो उसे संस्कार मिलते हैं वो पूरा जीवन उसके साथ चलते हैं, वो उसकी प्रकृति बन जाते हैं, उसकी नेचर बन जाते हैं। हमें ये पता है कि एजुकेशन हमारे लिए पर्सनैलिटी डेवलपमेंट का और सोशल स्टेटस को बढ़ाने का काम करती है। ये हमें सिविलाइज बनाती है, हमारे में आत्मविश्वास जगाती है। शिक्षा वो है जो अच्छे बुरे में भेद करना सिखाती है, और शिक्षा का सबसे महत्वपूर्ण कार्य है कि वो चरित्र निर्माण करती है। परिवार की भी शिक्षा में बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। जितनी भी हमारी लाइफ स्किल्स हैं या जीवन की अच्छी बातें हैं, जैसे ग्रुप में काम करना, टॉलरेंस, लव, अफेक्शन, इंस्पिरेशन, सिंपैथी, ये सारी भावनाएं हमें परिवार से ही मिलती हैं। अब चरित्र की बात करते हैं। चरित्र क्या है? कैम्ब्रिज डिक्शनरी ने चरित्र को इस तरह से परिभाषित किया है, the particular combination of qualities in a person or place that makes them different from others. मैकमिलन डिक्शनरी भी कुछ ऐसी ही परिभाषा देती है कि करेक्टर encompasses qualities that make up someone's personality. अगर हम इसको एलेबोरेट करें तो चरित्र वो है जो हमें सत्य की रक्षा करना सिखाता है, जो हमें सत्कर्म करना सिखाता है, जो हमें अन्याय से लड़ना सिखाता है, जो हमें बड़ों का आदर करना सिखाता है, और जो हमें कमजोर की रक्षा करना सिखाता है। चरित्र एक्चुअली वो है जो हमें विपरीत परिस्थितियों में भी हताश नहीं होने देता और हमारे अंदर ये विश्वास बनाए रखता है कि जो कुछ भी हो रहा है वो अच्छा हो रहा है, और जो कुछ भी होगा वो अच्छे के लिए ही होगा। एक जो चरित्रवान व्यक्ति है उसकी संवेदनशीलता कई क्षेत्रों में होती है। उसकी संवेदना परिवार के लिए है, समाज के लिए है, मानवता के लिए है, राष्ट्र के लिए है, पर्यावरण के लिए भी उसका उत्तरदायित्व है। उसे पर्यावरण को नष्ट होने से बचाना है, और संसार में रहते हुए इतनी सारी संवेदनशीलताओं को एक साथ रखना वो उत्तम चरित्रवान व्यक्ति ही कर सकते हैं। अब यदि हम सचरित्रता का जीवंत उदाहरण देखना चाहें तो हमें अपने देश में ही बहुत सारे उदाहरण मिल जाएंगे, और आज मैं पर्टिकुलरली इंडिया में से ही एग्जांपल्स कुछ प्रस्तुत करना चाहती हूँ। सबसे पहले स्वामी दयानंद सरस्वती जी का चरित्र देखिए। स्वामी जी ने पूरी मानवता को राष्ट्रवाद और भाईचारे का संदेश दिया। जब स्वामी जी ने देखा कि हिंदू धर्म में इस तरह की कुरीतियां और कमियां पैदा हो रही हैं जिनका वैदिक धर्म से कोई संबंध नहीं है, तो उन्होंने समाज सुधार का बीड़ा उठाया। इसीलिए उन्हें आधुनिक भारत के निर्माताओं में से एक माना जाता है। स्वामी जी ने बताया कि एक बच्चे को 3 जगह से शिक्षा प्राप्त होती है, उनकी माता, उनके पिता और उनके गुरु। स्वामी जी ने वुमेन एजुकेशन पर भी बल दिया। स्वामी जी स्वराज्य के बारे में बात करने वाले पहले व्यक्ति थे जिन्होंने ब्रिटिश साम्राज्य से भारत को आजाद कराने का स्वप्न देखा, और इसके लिए उन्होंने आर्य समाज की स्थापना की। आप देखिए कि लाला लाजपत राय, शहीद भगत सिंह, राम प्रसाद बिस्मिल, गोपाल कृष्ण गोखले जैसे लोग आर्य समाज से जुड़े हुए थे, और आर्य समाज ने स्वामी जी का सपना पूरा करने में, स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले किया। एक हम और बहुत अच्छी उदाहरण ले सकते हैं स्वामी विवेकानंद जी की। उनका एक बड़ी फेमस कोट है कि ऑल पावर इज विद इन यू, यू कैन डू एनीथिंग एंड एवरीथिंग। आप कुछ भी कर सकते हो क्योंकि सारी शक्ति आपके भीतर है। तो स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ऐसे समय में जब लोग घर से बाहर कम ही निकलते थे, वो यातायात के साधन भी उस टाइम सीमित थे, उस टाइम पे वो वर्ल्ड टूर पर गए, विदेश भ्रमण पर गए। और उनका विदेश भ्रमण का मुख्य उद्देश्य जो था वो था भारत के विकास के लिए पैसे जुटाना। एक वर्ल्ड कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑफ रिलीजन्स, विश्व धर्म सम्मेलन हो रहा था अमेरिका में, शिकागो में, और वहां पर सभी वक्ता श्रोताओं को लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन कहकर संबोधित कर रहे थे। स्वामी जी ने वहां जाकर जब अपना उद्बोधन शुरू किया तो उन्होंने सबसे पहले कहा, सिस्टर्स एंड ब्रदर्स ऑफ अमेरिका, और पूरा सभागार तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट से गूंज उठा। और वहां पर उन्होंने भारत को मदर ऑफ ऑल रिलीजन्स कहते हुए समस्त विश्व को भाईचारे का संदेश दिया। उन्होंने कहा, हमें वो शिक्षा चाहिए जिससे चरित्र निर्माण हो, जिससे मन की शक्ति में वृद्धि हो, जिससे बुद्धि का विकास हो, और जिससे हम अपने पैरों पर खड़े हो सकें। और बापू गांधी जी का चरित्र भी हमारे लिए एक बहुत ही इंस्पिरेशन का है, उनसे हम प्रेरणा ले सकते हैं। ब्रिटिश साम्राज्य के बारे में ये कहा जाता था कि वहां कभी सूर्यास्त नहीं होता, सनसेट नहीं होता। ऐसे ब्रिटिश साम्राज्य को महात्मा गांधी जी ने अपने केवल 2 अस्त्रों से हराया, और वो 2 अस्त्र उनके थे, सत्य और अहिंसा। इसी तरह सरदार पटेल, जिन्होंने स्वतंत्रता के पश्चात पूरे राष्ट्र का एकीकरण किया। उस समय भारत में 500 से भी ज्यादा राज्य थे, प्रिंसली स्टेट्स थी, जिनमें यूनिटी नहीं थी, आपस में लड़ते झगड़ते रहते थे। सरदार पटेल ने इन सभी को एक सूत्र में बांधा, इसीलिए उन्हें आयरन मैन ऑफ इंडिया कहा जाता है। और इन सभी व्यक्तियों के चरित्र से, चाहे वो स्वामी दयानंद सरस्वती हों, स्वामी विवेकानंद हों, गांधी जी हों या सरदार पटेल हों, इनके चरित्र से हमें एक महत्वपूर्ण शिक्षा ये मिलती है कि चरित्र निर्माण ही राष्ट्र निर्माण की पूर्व स्थिति है। अर्थात पहले हमें चरित्र निर्माण करना पड़ेगा, राष्ट्र निर्माण तभी संभव है। हम सब जानते हैं कि पुराने समय से ही भारत विश्व गुरु रहा है। यहाँ पर नालंदा और तक्षशिला जैसे विश्वविद्यालय हुआ करते थे, और दुनिया भर से विद्यार्थी यहाँ शिक्षा प्राप्त करने के लिए आते थे। इसी तरह संयुक्त परिवार प्रणाली भी भारत में प्राचीन काल से रही है, और बच्चों को नैतिक शिक्षा शुरू में परिवार से ही मिलती थी। और गुरुकुल प्रणाली भी प्राचीन काल से चली आ रही है, वहां पर भी बच्चों को नैतिक शिक्षा प्राप्त होती थी। किंतु मिडल एजेस में इस तरह की स्थितियां पैदा हुई कि बाकी क्षेत्रों के साथ साथ हमारी शिक्षा प्रणाली का भी पतन हुआ। और ब्रिटिश काल में जो मॉडर्न एजुकेशन सिस्टम अस्तित्व में आया, उसकी वजह से हमारी शिक्षा की रूपरेखा पूरी तरह से बदल गई। संस्कृत, जिसको दुनिया की बहुत सारी भाषाओं की जननी माना जाता है, वो विलुप्त होने के कगार पर पहुंच गई। अब स्वतंत्रता के बाद भारत की शिक्षा नीति में परिवर्तन तो हुआ है, लेकिन अभी भी ब्रिटिश शिक्षा प्रणाली का प्रभाव हमारी शिक्षा पद्धति पर देखा जा सकता है। हमारी एजुकेशन सिस्टम का मेन जो एक दोष है, मुख्य दोष जो है, वो ये है कि ये डिग्री तो देती है, किंतु कौशल निर्माण में और रोजगार उपलब्ध करवाने में ये कमजोर है। इसके अलावा समय के साथ इसमें और भी बहुत सारी कमजोरियां आ गई हैं, जिनकी वजह से इसमें परिवर्तन की आवश्यकता काफी समय से अनुभव हो रही थी। तो इसलिए नई जो शिक्षा नीति है, ये एक अच्छी बिगिनिंग है, एक अच्छी पहल है। इस नीति को बनाने से पहले राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर बहुत सारी डिस्कशंस और विचार विमर्श किए गए, सुझाव भी आमंत्रित किए गए, और परिणाम स्वरूप एक काफी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव, एक काफी विस्तृत नीति अस्तित्व में आई है, जिसका मुख्य उद्देश्य है कि वैश्विक स्तर पर शिक्षा में जो भी उत्तम हो रहा है, उसका भारत की शिक्षा प्रणाली में उसको समाहित करना, और उसके साथ ही अपने देश में जो भी शिक्षा में उत्तम है उसका भी समावेश करना, और हमारे जो प्राचीन मूल्य हैं और सांस्कृतिक धरोहर है उसको भी फिर से जागृत करना है। इसमें ऐसा प्रयत्न किया गया है जिससे न केवल विद्यार्थियों में मानवीय और नैतिक मूल्यों का विकास होगा, बल्कि स्किल डेवलपमेंट के साथ साथ क्वालिटी एजुकेशन और इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन, समावेशी शिक्षा प्रदान करने पर भी बल दिया जाएगा। सबसे अच्छी बात इस नीति की ये है कि ये विभिन्नता में एकता को प्रोत्साहित करती है, जो कि हमारी संस्कृति की एक प्रमुख विशेषता है। हम आशा करते हैं कि ये नीति नवनिर्माण के लिए, भारत के नवनिर्माण के लिए एक मील पत्थर साबित होगी, और हम अपने भव्य अतीत को आत्मसात करते हुए दोबारा हमारा देश जो है वो विश्व गुरु बनने के पथ पर आगे बढ़ेगा। अब एक प्रश्न ये उठता है कि चरित्र निर्माण कैसे किया जाए। हम जानते हैं कि हमारी जो आज की पीढ़ी है वो बहुत इंटेलिजेंट होने के साथ साथ बहुत एम्बिशियस भी है, और लोग बहुत जल्दी सफलता की सीढ़ियां चढ़कर चोटी पर पहुंच जाना चाहते हैं। इसका मुख्य कारण ये है कि लोगों ने आज के युग में, हमारी जो युवा पीढ़ी है उन्होंने आधुनिक शिक्षा प्राप्त की है और नैतिक शिक्षा की कमी रही है, इसीलिए नैतिक और चारित्रिक पतन जो है वो हो रहा है। संयुक्त परिवार प्रणाली लगभग विलुप्त हो चुकी है, डिवोर्स रेट बढ़ रहे हैं, वृद्धाश्रमों की संख्या बढ़ रही है, और इस प्रवृत्ति को बदलने की बहुत जरूरत है। इसलिए अगर राष्ट्र निर्माण की तरफ हमने बढ़ना है तो नैतिक शिक्षा को हमारी मुख्य शिक्षण धारा में लाना होगा और उसका एक अभिन्न अंग बनाना होगा। सबसे पहले घर में ही गुरुकुल बनाना पड़ेगा, अर्थात नैतिक शिक्षा का प्रचार प्रसार जो है वो परिवार से और घर से ही शुरू करना पड़ेगा। और चरित्र निर्माण के लिए अगर हम बच्चों को बचपन में ही अच्छा साहित्य उपलब्ध करवाएं, उन्हें अच्छी किताबें पढ़ने के लिए दें, महापुरुषों की जीवनियां पढ़ने के लिए दें, तो निश्चय ही उनके जो नैतिक विकास है वो अच्छी तरह से होगा, नैतिक शिक्षा उनको अच्छी प्रकार से मिलेगी। यहाँ पर मैं रेफरेंस देना चाहती हूँ अपनी संस्था में किए जाने वाले जो नैतिक कार्य हम यहाँ पर कर रही हैं। ये मैं इसलिए पार्टिकुलरली कहना चाह रही हूँ, ये सारा बताना चाह रही हूँ, क्योंकि यहाँ जो कार्य हो रहे हैं उनको नेशनल लेवल पर रिकॉग्निशन मिली है, मान्यता मिली है। हमारी बहुत सारी कमेटियां हैं, जैसे स्वच्छता कमेटी है, मेंटरशिप कमेटी है, कैरेक्टर बिल्डिंग कमेटी है, राष्ट्रीय उच्चतर शिक्षा अभियान रूसा कमेटी है, एनएसएस, एनसीसी और उन्नत भारत अभियान। ये कमेटियां खास तौर से, ये इनका प्रशंसनीय कार्य है जो कि सारा साल अपने कार्य में ये लगी रहती हैं, और इन्होंने हमेशा ही संस्था का गौरव बढ़ाया है। इनके अथक प्रयासों से हमें कई बार राष्ट्रीय और राज्य स्तर पर पुरस्कार प्राप्त हुए हैं। सन 2018 में स्वच्छ भारत अभियान में हमें फर्स्ट रैंक मिला था इंडिया में रेजिडेंशियल कॉलेज कैटेगरी में, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट से। 2019 में मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम एंड अर्बन अफेयर्स से हमें सिटीजन इनिशिएटिव के अंतर्गत हमें एक इनोवेशन पे अवार्ड मिला था फॉर मशरूम कल्टीवेशन इन प्लास्टिक बॉटल्स। उसके लिए हमारा इंडिया में 3rd प्लेस था, तीसरा स्थान था। और 2019 में ही हमें नेशनल एड्स कंट्रोल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से हमारे कॉलेज को बेस्ट रेड रिबन क्लब का सम्मान मिला था। और अभी सन 2020 में हमारी संस्था को MHRD ने और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन ने एक स्वच्छता एक्शन प्लान संस्था के तौर पर नामांकित किया है। और अभी कुछ समय पहले ही एक और अच्छी बात जो हुई है और संस्था आगे बढ़ेगी उससे, साल 2021 में ही मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की जो है, उन्होंने हमारे कॉलेज को फूड प्रोसेसिंग के लिए राज्य स्तर का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर घोषित किया है। इससे संस्था को ये लाभ होगा और खासतौर से विद्यार्थियों को ये लाभ होगा कि स्किल डेवलपमेंट के साथ साथ इसमें रोजगार के अवसर पैदा करने का भी काम किया जाएगा। तो इस तरह ये हमारा जो स्टाफ है बहुत अच्छा है, बहुत बढ़िया काम कर रहा है, और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आगे भी हम सब मिलकर राष्ट्र निर्माण में अपना योगदान देंगे और नव भारत का निर्माण करेंगे। तो मैं नॉर्मली एक पोएम के थ्रू अपनी भावनाएं व्यक्त किया करती हूँ। और ये लॉकडाउन के टाइम पे एक पोएम मैंने लिखी है जो कि आज के समय में उपयुक्त है, तो ये मैं आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहूंगी। इस कविता को मैंने शीर्षक दिया है अज्ञात शत्रु। दुनिया की चहल पहल से दूर बैठे हैं घर में मजबूर, अपने मन में सोच रहे हैं सुबह अभी है कितनी दूर। सुनी तो थी पर देखी ना थी, ऐसी विपदा आई है। सुनी तो थी पर देखी ना थी, ऐसी विपदा आई है। काल बना विकराल खड़ा और विश्व में त्राही त्राही है। कैसे हुआ ये सब जरा पूछना अपने आप से, और पूछना पशु पक्षियों और वृक्षों के संताप से। मानव ने अपने जीवन में कष्ट कोई जब पाया, शरण प्रभु की आ जाऊं ये ध्यान उसे तब आया। अज्ञात शत्रु जब वार करे तो सावधान हो जाना, पहले घर के भीतर फिर मन के भीतर हो आना। माता पिता प्रत्यक्ष मिले तो चरण स्पर्श कर लेना, परम पिता परमेश्वर का भी धन्यवाद कर देना। जीवन की कमियों को भुलाकर, जीवन की कमियों को भुलाकर खुशियों को देना सम्मान। खान पान में सावधान हो जाना, रखना अपना ध्यान। ये समय निकल तो जाएगा पर दे जाएगा सबक कई, ये आशा है कि आएगी इस रात के बाद एक सुबह नई। इसलिए अभी तू भीतर जा और मन के अंदर चलता चल, प्रकृति को जो भी घाव दिए उन्हें पश्चाताप से भरता चल। सनातन भारतीय संस्कृति का कुछ चिंतन मनन कर ले, गरीबों को निवाला मिल जाए ऐसा जतन कर ले। तू बढ़ता चल इन राहों पर फिर कारवां मिलेंगे, इस विश्व रूप उपवन में आशा के फूल खिलेंगे। तू जीतेगा, तू जीतेगा क्योंकि हार जाना तेरा आचार नहीं, और शत्रु से डर जाना मेरे भारत तेरा आधार नहीं, और शत्रु से डर जाना मेरे भारत तेरा आधार नहीं। एक बार फिर मैं आज के अतिथियों का स्वागत करती हूँ और कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करती हूँ कि उन्होंने हमारे लिए अपना बहुमूल्य समय निकाला। और इस अवसर पर मैं रूसा का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगी, क्योंकि उन्होंने हमारे मानवीय विकास पर और हमारी संस्था में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट उन्होंने काफी ज्यादा हमें सहायता की है। और हमारी संस्था के आगे बढ़ने का जो कारण है उनमें से मुख्य कारण एक रूसा द्वारा दी गई सहायता है। तो आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और मैं आशा करती हूँ कि आज के इस कार्यक्रम में जो और हमारे अतिथि आए हैं उनसे हमें सुनने का अवसर मिलेगा। और महाराष्ट्र में विदर्भ कॉलेज का मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ कि उन्होंने हमारे साथ मिलकर ये कार्यक्रम आयोजित किया है। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was truly inspirational.
Thank you,
And
Meenakshi.
please accept our gratitude because you have shared the learning of life with us. Now, actually the whole world knows why we, stay motivated and encourage. Always bear a positive attitude because we are leading, we are following your footsteps, ma'am. So thank you so much for your valuable words, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, friends, it's time to hear from a very popular and the most charming scholar that I have ever met, Ms. Harjinder Kaur, the chairperson of Chandigarh Commission Protection for Child Rights. Ma'am, you are so popular that we are receiving the queries since the morning. And without wasting further time, I will take just few minutes to introduce you because the kind of personality you are, I'll be needing 2-3 minutes to share the talent, the work you have done in your life to the audience. Ma'am Harjinder Kaur is a MA B.Ed and she is still a research scholar. That is truly, truly inspirational that she is finding time to pursue her research on the topic Women in AMP, Religion, a Comparative Study. She has also worked as a principal in Indian Public School, Sector 37, Chandigarh, for well 20 years. She is presently serving as a chairperson, Chandigarh Commission Protection for Child Rights, but she has also been the chairperson of Punjab Art Council, Sector 16B, Rose Garden, Chandigarh. She has been the president of Punjab Sangeet Natak Academy for 3 years. She has been the honorary director, Women and Amp Child Welfare Center, RCED, Sector 35B, Chandigarh. She has also been earlier, she has taken this position in a consecutively second time. She has also been the chairperson of Chandigarh Commission for Protection of Child Rights in the year 2017. She has also served City Beautiful as a city mayor for 2 times in 2001 and 2007 to the utter satisfaction of the people of the city. She has been elected councillor for 4 consecutive terms from 1996 to 2016. She has remained member of the UT Administrator cum Governor Councillor for 4 years. She has been elected member SGPC since 2011 from UT Chandigarh. She has been members of Mayor for Peace Forum, Japan. She has represented World Peace Prayer Meet, New Mexico, World Congress, local bodies, South Africa, World Punjabi Conference in Lahore, International Conference on Good Governance at Scotland by British High Commission, and she has also represented Commonwealth Conference on Women Empowerment, Goa. She has keen interest for doing social and cultural empowerment and awareness among the childs. She has been awarded also the Best Athlete Color by Government College Kapurthala. She has also received Best Theatre Award in Youth Fest Virtues. She has also represented in Republic Day Parade. Presently working on the education of girl child and empowering youth and skill development. And she used to conduct so many workshops on value, culture, language, and other cultural promotions. Ma'am, we are truly privileged and honored to have your presence in our today's event. So before inviting you to share your insight, ma'am, I would like to request all the participants to kindly turn on your videos for a while so that we can have a group picture along with the principal, Dr. Nisha Bhargava, and our chief guest. Please turn on your videos for a while, dear participants. Preeti, you can confirm if the picture is taken. Yes, ma'am is also visible and principal ma'am is also visible. Thank you so much, dear participants. Thank you, ma'am. Now, ma'am, we can't wait and we are excited to hear you. Now, over to Harjinder, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Meenakshi. It's indeed my privilege to be part of such prestigious institutions, such grand venture. I can very well say, looking at the ancient history and our education system, that already MCMDAV has set a milestone in today's era, and the work done by you, the whole institution, will be written in golden letters in the future course. There's no doubt about it. This had been an idiom now all over the nation. It's not only me, and I compliment you and wish you all the very best for all your future ventures, with the dynamic leadership with you and with the gems like you with the institution. I would like to start with a small documentary, being very practical from my region. I think I hope all are sharing the screen.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So as it is very rightly said that nothing is more infectious than an example. So when we talk about that character building in education, I think this is the best to have a look on. It's okay, no? Since this documentary is in Punjabi, but you can see the captions down in English to understand.
सत श्री अकाल सर। सत श्री अकाल। ਕੀ ਹਾਲ ਹੈ ਤੇਰਾ ਕਾਕਾ? ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਸਰ, ਪਰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਛਾਣਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ। ਸੱਚੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਕਾਕਾ ਇਹੀ ਆ, ਮੈਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਸਿਆਣਾ ਨਹੀਂਗਾ। ਤੂੰ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਦੱਸ ਦੇ ਕੀ ਨਾਮ ਤੇਰਾ ਤੇ ਕੌਣ ਹੈ ਤੂੰ? ਸਰ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਤਜੀਤ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਪਰੇਡ ਦਾ ਸਦਕਾ ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਮੈਂ ਟੀਚਰ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਟੀਚਰ ਲੱਗਾ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਚੰਗੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ, ਪਰ ਕਦੀ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਤੇਰੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਅਧਿਆਪਕ ਬਣਦੀ ਇਹ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਸਰ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਸੁਣਾ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਯਾਦ ਆ ਜਾਊਗਾ। ਚੱਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਚਾਹ ਕੱਪ ਪੀਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਤੇਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਵੀ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਸਰ। ਸਰ ਜੀ ਹੁਣ ਸੁਣਾ ਕੀ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ? ਸਰ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਕਲਾਸ 'ਚ ਪੜ੍ਹਦਾ ਸੀ। मुस्लिम एकदम मेरे क्लास से बहुत कीमती कविता क्या है। कभी बहुत सोच सकते मैं लग जाऊं। ठीक है दिन भर दाल आके वो कड़ी चला
सर मेरी कड़ी चोरी हो गई। बेटे ये भी कड़ी चली है, माफ कर दो। मैं गलती कर ली, कड़ी वापस ना कर दूं। नहीं कि मैं कड़ी वापस की थी तो सारे मेरे जोर जोर पहनेंगे, मेरी बदनामी होगी। ईमानदारी यार बच्चे की कोई बात कर लो। सारे खड़े हो गए, सारे कंधा वाले मुंह कर लो। इधर इधर चले जाओ, इधर इधर तुसी बेटा अपने पे वाला कर दो, चल खा दे बालो। शाबाश शाबाश सारे
उसे तलाशी लेनी शुरू की। मैं बहुत डरे था इसी से। जब तुसी बड़ी तलाशी ली तब कड़ी मेरे को पर तुसी फिर भी तलाशी लेना नहीं है। तुसी सारे बच्चे की तलाशी ले लास्ट पे तुसी सारा ने क्या कि अखा खोलो ते ओ जेड़ी कड़ी सी उस बच्चे ने वेखती जेडी कड़ी सी
अरे बेटा करी तो बेटा ये लगी तो मैं तो सोच रहा था ठीक है ना
और सर उस तो बाद तुसी मैनू एक बारी भी ये एहसास नहीं होने दिता कि वो कड़ी मैच चलाई सी ते ना ही किसी बच्चे ने दस्या कि कड़ी मैच चलाई सर मैं तुहाडे तलाशी लैण दे ढंग तो बहुत प्रभावित है ते मैं उस दिन सोच रहा सी कि मैं तुहाडे वर्गा चंगा टीचर बनूंगा
सर जी मेरे गल करने तो मैं घटना का याद आ पर असलियत आज तक मुझे ये नहीं पता कि वो कड़ी क्यों चलाई क्योंकि तलाशी लैंड तो पहला मैं अपनी अखा से ही बीमार बन गया
थैंक यू सर थैंक यू तुसी सर बच्चों ने नजर के बैकग्राउंड में नहीं बचाया सो अपने नजर के बैकग्राउंड में बचाया सर
सुखबीर इंसान के को कदे ना कदे गलती भी हो जाती है हरेक को सुधरन का मौका देना चाहिए
थैंक यू सर
Yes, I hope you like it. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, and even
You can
I.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So, Dr. Bhargava has very rightly defined education, character. So I would go in very simple words that character building is improving certain good and useful traits in person, especially self-reliance, endurance, and courage. Right from the ancient times, the experience of boarding school was character building. We had the Guru Shish Parampara. It's very, very famous. We had the Brahmacharya Ashram, which was a beautiful example. And a character helps you develop a winning personality. In other words, a good character is the backbone of a fantastic personality which attracts other people. One needs to be honest at work. You need to develop a sense of loyalty and attachment. An educator promote core ethical and performance values to instill good character in students. Educator encourage students to develop morally and provide opportunities to grow morally. And a school create challenging academic environment to help students develop character. We have just witnessed so many good examples from principal ma'ams, so many initiatives which are there to provide the holistic education, which are the backbone of the character building. So let us see basically which are the principles which helps effective character education. There's no single script for effective character education, but there are some important basic principles. And there are 11 principles mainly defined that school and other groups can use to plan a character education effort and to evaluate available character education programs. I hope you all know it, but let us go through it. The first one is promotes core ethical values and supportive performance values as the foundation of good character. Defines character comprehensively to include thinking, feeling, and behavior. Uses a comprehensive, intentional, and proactive approach to character development. Creates a caring school community, which is the most important. Provides students with opportunities for moral actions, as we have just witnessed a beautiful example. Includes a meaningful and challenging academic curriculum that respects all learners, develops their character, and help them to succeed. Strive to foster students' self-motivation. Engages the school staff as a learning and moral community that shares responsibility for character education and attempts to adhere to the same core values that guide the education of students. Then fosters shared moral leadership and long-range support of character education initiatives. Engages families and community members as partners in the character building effort and assesses the character of the school the school staff functioning as character educators, and the extent to which students manifest good character. So let's have a glimpse of the ancient India. Ma'am has just quoted two beautiful examples. The rich heritage of ancient Indian knowledge has been a guideline for this policies. The aim of education in ancient India was not just the acquisition of knowledge as preparation for life in this world or life beyond schooling, but for complete realization and liberation of the self. That is the real education. World-class institutions of ancient India, such as ma'am quoted Takshila, Nalanda, and Vikramshila and Vallabhi, set the highest standards of multidisciplinary teaching and research, and hosted scholars and students from across backgrounds and countries. And what did it produce? The Indian education system produced scholars like Charaka and Sushruta, Aryabhatta, Bhaskaracharya, Chanakya, Madhva, Patanjali, among numerous others. They made seminal contributions to world knowledge in diverse fields, such as mathematics, astronomy, metallurgy, medical science and surgery, civil engineering and architecture, shipbuilding and navigation, yoga, fine arts, chess, and more. Indian culture and philosophy has had a strong influence on the world. The rich legacies to world heritage must not only be nurtured and preserved for posterity, but also researched, enhanced, and put to new uses through our education system. For instance, they can be integrated into holistic education to help develop the creativity and originality of students and to encourage them to innovate. Let us see. Our ancient system was based on Vedas. We all know the Vedic scriptures were the basis of education, and long back in 13th century itself, go to the east of India, we have a beautiful example, the Sun Temple of Konark, that speaks the history that long back we had the watches. We managed the time, and sun watches were the volume of our education system. And in 14th, 15th centuries, the great saints laid the foundation of ethical education, holistic education. कबीर जी ने बहुत सुंदर कहा कि इंसान को, आदमी को इंसान बनना है. That is the crux of the education. और उन्होंने कहा, कहो कबीर जन पए खालसे प्रेम भगत जय जानी. The whole thrust of the education was love the mankind, love the humanity and homeland. और हम बहुत फेमस कोट कहते हैं, 2.5 अक्षर प्रेम के पढ़े सो पंडित हुए. Bhagat Ravidas, the saints of the time, they gave the declaration. They have attained the education, they have attained the knowledge that has reached to the level कि उनको सब कैसा नजर आता है, तो ही मोही मोही तो ही अंतर कैसा. टीचर एंड डिसाइपल में कोई फर्क ही नहीं है. और उन्होंने उस स्टेट की बात कर दी, बेगमपुरा शहर को नाव दुख अंधे नहीं तथाओ, जहां पे किसी दुख की गुंजाइश ही नहीं है, ऐसी स्टेट की उन्होंने कल्पना करके दिखा दी. और इन 15th century, Guru Nanak endorsed it by saying, जो तो प्रेम खेलन का चाओ सिर तर तली गली मुरियाओ, इतमारग पैर तरीजे से दीजे कांड न कीजिए. और जिंदगी के 3 मूल गोल्डन प्रिंसिपल्स हमें दे दिए कि we should be honest, our living should be honest, and we should be sharing, and we should be attaining the education to reach the creator, as we are the creation of the creator, and the sky is the limit to educate yourself. You can, the man is the only fortunate one to reach that level. Kirt karo, naam japo, and want chapo. And we always quote one beautiful example of the discipline of the disciple. which is written in golden letter. कौन नहीं जानता एकलव्य की कहानी को? That was the level of education, and that was the commitment and discipline of the disciple that we need to see. वो एजुकेशन थी जिसने हमें पीस को प्रमोट करके बताया था. Promotion of peace was there, and patriotism was there, and there was nothing about war and nuclear. Level of education क्या था कि धरती को स्वर्ग कहा जा सकता था. Let's come to 1809, जब सर मैटक्लिफ अमृतसर की विजिट पे आए. he came to sign a treaty, and he stayed for 7 days in the western northern part of India, Amritsar. जो बात 13th सेंचुरी की मैंने करी आपके साथ, सन टेम्पल की एग्जाम्पल, और उसने अपना कोट दिया जाके कि वो हैरान था कि यहाँ पे सब कुछ टाइम के हिसाब से, एजुकेशन से हिसाब से इतना अप टू द मार्क है कि हर गांव में सन वॉचेस है, सूर्य घड़ियां लगी हुई हैं. इवन ही वाज सरप्राइज्ड टू लुक एट द गोल्डन टेम्पल कि दिन में तो सूर्य घड़ी काम करती है, रात को इनकी म्यूजिक एमर्जेस जो है वो टाइम के साथ चेंज हो रही हैं. रात को इनकी टाइम मैनेजमेंट क्या हो रही है, वो रागास में जो हिम्स जो शब्द गाए जा रहे हैं, दैट आर अकॉर्डिंग टू टाइम. ये उसका कहना था. और उसने कहा कि इंडियन एजुकेशन सिस्टम इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग है, इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू कॉन्कर. तो तब उन्होंने दे इनवाइटेड प्रोफेसर GW लेटर फ्रॉम किंग्स कॉलेज, जिनको 50 लैंग्वेज का ज्ञान था. मोर देन 50 लैंग्वेजेस ही नो. ही वाज सेंट टू इंडिया टू स्टडी द खालसा दरबार सिस्टम. देयर वर 2 systems वर्किंग. दिस इज द हिस्ट्री के 1809 पे सर मैटक्लिफ यहाँ पे आए, और 1830 तक सारा इंडिया, सारा पंजाब जो था, ईच विलेज, एवरीवन वाज एजुकेटेड. और उसने अपनी कोट दिया हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडिजिनस एजुकेशन इन द पंजाब सिंस एनेक्सेशन एंड 1882 में, कि हर विलेज में, एवरी विलेज इन द पंजाब थ्रू तहसीलदार हैड एन एम्पल सप्लाई ऑफ कायदा व्हिच वाज कंपल्सरी फॉर फीमेल. ये कायदा क्या था? दिस वाज द एथिकल मॉरल वैल्यू, and the basis of these values were taken from again the holy scripture of Guru Granth Sahib Ji, which was a symbol of positivity for one and all. 2 चीजें यहाँ पे थी, एक तो ये एजुकेशन सिस्टम और दूसरा सेल्फ डिफेंस सिस्टम, के पीपल वर सेल्फ आर्म्ड, पीपल वर सेल्फ ट्रेन्ड, डेमोक्रेसी ग्रास रूट लेवल पे काम करती थी, और रूल ऑफ द डेमोक्रेसी जो लोगों का लॉ जो है वो किंगशिप तक काम करता था. एंड ही सेड, मिस्टर GW लेटनर said to the queen that it is very difficult to conquer them, and the British government said, take as much time you want, and he said, I need 50 years. And he did the whole job in 33 years with the support of government. What he did is again documented in 1858. They searched every village and they gave a slogan that all the weapons, all the tools people have at their homes, they should be submitted with the government, and they will be given 3 आनास, 3 आना उनको, जितने भी उनके पास शस्त्र है या वेपन्स हैं जो भी है, सारे सरकार दरबार में जमा करवाएंगे, और 3 आना उनको उसका मिलेगा. और वो जो सारे कायदे उनके पास है, वो कायदा भी सब लोग अपना सरकार के पास जमा कराएंगे, और उस कायदे का उनको 6 आना मिला. और वो सारे कायदे बंद कर दिए गए. और 58 में लेटनर ने ये अपना स्लोगन दिया कि उसने कोट दिया एक विलेज शूरकाना का इन सियालकोट, that 1500 is the population. Earlier they all were 1500 educated, and now they are just 11 people educated. And this is how we became slaves of the Britishers. I want to quote that this is the impact of education when our education was based on our spiritual scriptures, on the lives of the saints, and our ethical, moral values. We were the best in the world. And we are still the best because the core is with us. And the elementary setup was amazing at that moment. And this is again on record that there were intellectuals from Italy, France, America, Australia, Japan, Germany, England, Scotland, Ireland, Russia, Spain, and Greece in Khalsa Darbar, because the value of 1 rupee was a lot more than European currency. So that was our beautiful history for the ages. Thank God, now we are going back after 34 years. After a long research, we have got new education policy. And let us see a little bit about it. The education must build charter, enable learner to be ethical. This National Education Policy 2020 aims at building a global best education system. The new Education Policy 2020 revealed on Wednesday, 29 July, seek to introduce and implement a sea of change across all levels of education in India, including the essential understanding of education in the country. It also seeks to implement changes in the way the facilitators of such education schools, colleges, and teachers are trained and how they approach education. Among other things, the NEP has renamed the Ministry of Human Resource Development, MHRD, as the Ministry of Education. That is the sign of the country's changing focus on education. The policy is based on the pillars of access, equity, quality, affordability, accountability, and will transform India into a vibrant knowledge hub. This was tweeted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi soon after it was unveiled. So I would just share a little bit the vision of the national policy. Just an education system that contributes to an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high quality education to all, develops a deep sense of respect towards the fundamental rights, duties, and constitutional values, bonding with one's country, and a conscious awareness of one's role and responsibilities in a changing world. Instill skills, values, and disposition that support responsible commitment to human rights, sustainable development and living, and global well-being, thereby reflecting a true global citizen. And the key principles are emphasis on conceptual understanding rather than rote learning and learning for exams, unique capabilities, recognizing, identifying them in each student, critical thinking and creativity to encourage logical decisions making and innovation, continuous review based on sustained research and regular assessment by educational experts, respect for diversity and local context in all curriculum, pedagogy, and policy, equity and inclusion as the cornerstone of all educational decisions, community participation, encouragement, and felicitations for philanthropic, private, and community participation, use of technology in teaching and learning, removing language barriers for Divyang students, and in educational planning and management. But the most important word is the vocal for local. We need to again reuse the traditional games, the traditional values, the traditional ethics, traditional examples, which are already written the golden letters in the history. And we are so very proud that India has such rich heritage with it as a base. So we all know the structure has been changed now. Existing academic structure, 2 years and 10 years education, now it is foundational, preparatory, middle, and secondary, 3, 2, 3, 3, and 4 years. And the focus is again flexibility, no hard separation, multidisciplinary conceptual understanding and creativity and critical thinking, ethics and human constitutional values, life skills, regular formative assessment for learning, Then respect for diversity and respect for local context. More important, the heart of the learning process, the light by child. This is for the teaching faculty, oversight and regulatory system to ensure integrity and transparency of the educational system, autonomy, good governance and empowerment, outstanding research as a prerequisite of outstanding education and continuous policy making, and above all, a fundamental right of every citizen, substantial investment in a strong, vibrant public education system, as well as encouragement and felicitations of true philanthropic private thing. Now, these are the little, I have prepared little slides. You can see the early childhood education, the focus is changed. Now this is based on the relationship with nature, then logical thinking, developing curiosity, art, craft, ethics and teamwork and self-identity likewise. Then attainment of foundational literacy and numeracy by grade 3 in mission mode. And here the importance of library and foundational skills is the most important with us. More important, reduction in curriculum. Going back to nature, learning by doing, and decreasing the backload. Then mental and physical health and well-being is the very, very important component to be practical and be holistic. Then innovative pedagogy, transforming teaching learning process, very, very important. We have experiential learning, integrated pedagogy, promotion of peer tutoring. You already have this program in GAV. I really appreciate it. Equal weightage, bagless days, and use of integration of technology. Then transforming the culture of assessment. You all know it, being teachers. Textbook with local content and flavor, very, very important. We have to excel in our skills, but at the same time, we have to respect the diversity, which is very, very important. And these are, at a glance, new features added. We can just have you look the Bal Vatikas for 5-6-year-old children in Anganwadis, preparatory classes, and National Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Mission is focusing that ECCE for all by 2030. Then school infrastructure and resource is again a very important component, and holistic development of the students. Innovative pedagogies, holistic report card, and vocational education, which is very, very important. Lok Vidya, again, Guru Shishya Parampara. It has come back, local artists as master instructors in schools. Then inclusivity, gender inclusion funds for that, provisions for gifted children, then adult education program, NOIS to expand, and the medium of instruction to be mother tongue at the primary years, which is very, very important. And the assessment mode, new mode, the Parak, again will help performance assessment, review, and analysis of knowledge for holistic development. Then exam system is again reviewed, and curriculum and pedagogical framework, as I just showed you the structure earlier, and ICT integration in teaching and learning methodologies, tracking students as well as learning levels, universalization of secondary education. Then teacher education again is redesigned, and this is very, very important now. And then there's the role of government, stakeholders, state departments, Central Advisory Board of Education, and Ministry for Human Resource, which is the Ministry for Education now. And finally, going back to the ancient quotes, Vidya Vicharita Parpavakari, the whole purpose of education, we need to contemplate and reflect upon knowledge, and you will become a benefactor to others. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, dear Harjinder ma'am. It was very interesting, and you shared with us that how the national policy of education has focused on character building through various provisions of inclusive learning and pedagogy. And one thing we are going to remember always, that you have shared in your video now how a student imbibe the impression and expressions of a teacher, and being a faculty member, it's very important for us how we reflect our virtues in our action. So thank you so much. But I request, ma'am, I would like to request you and to Nisha ma'am, few of the students would like to talk to both of you, because we are receiving so many queries. So many students want to talk to you and Nisha ma'am. So first I am taking 2 questions for you, and then I'll be taking few queries for Nisha ma'am also. So yes, girls, please ask. You can ask your question directly to Harjinder ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, Pranamya, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, I have a question that the new education policy, like, वो all round development में कैसे help करेगी एक student की, एक child की, जिससे उसका पूरा holistic development हो सके?
Two things are important. Now the book bag is reduced, and more of the libraries and digital libraries will be there, and peer learning will be focused, and going back to nature will be also the focus. The experiential learning is going to be focused, which is that learning by doing, and evaluation system will be coming up. Now earlier it was the cramming and appearing in exams. Now that system is going back, which will really help. And inclusive, the slogan of inclusive education again is very important. We have already inculcated some part of it, but now with the special reference over here, this is that taking everyone along and creating a society full of love. Peace is the mission here. Learning from our ancestors, learning from our historical past, and learning by doing. As Dr. Nisha Bhargava said, that parent is the first teacher, and the actions of the teachers speak louder than the words. And new education policy has redesigned the teachers' curriculum also, teacher education also. The whole setup is redesigned now.
Thank you so much, ma'am. There are so many provisions in the National Policy of Education that are focusing on how to reduce the burden on the child and more focus on the learning. May I take one more question? Yes.
Ma'am, may I?
Yes, Hanaz. Hanaz, you would like to ask Harjinder ma'am? Your question was for, I think, Nisha ma'am.
Ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, may I?
Yes, Shrishti?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you so much for the wonderful session. It was a great learning. I have a bit question is that, ma'am, the youth of this country got the right to education, considering that as a need of that time. Similarly, at present time, as our principal ma'am said, as you said, that there is a need of imparting moral and humanitarian values in the youth today. So, what role this education policy will contribute to the same?
This is a question to me?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Very important. Education is not to make us robots and not to create a white collar job just to earn the living. It is very important. कहते हैं ना, आज सबसे बड़ी मुश्किल क्या है? बड़ा मुश्किल है आज आदमी का इंसान होना.
Yes,
हमें आदमी से इंसान और इंसानियत का सीखना. और आज मैं कहूँ आप थोड़े पीछे जाओ तो आज देखो तो पेट्रियोटिज्म कहाँ पे है? This is more of it in the stories now. I'm sorry to say it, लेकिन आज हम पेट्रियोट नहीं रहे हैं. एक दिन था कि हम अपने तिरंगे के लिए, अपने राष्ट्रगान के लिए मर मिटने को तैयार होते थे. आज हम सेल्फ सेंटर्ड हो गए हैं. हमें दोबारा नेचर में जाना पड़ेगा. हमें गोइंग बैक टू नेचर हमारा कल्चर था. हमारे 4 वर्ण इतने खूबसूरत थे और आज की एजुकेशन उसी फोकस पे दोबारा चली गई है. जो अभी हमारा सिस्टम एजुकेशन का है, दैट उसके ऊपर ब्रिटिश एजुकेशन का बहुत ज्यादा इम्पैक्ट रहा है. एंड दैट वाज देयर फोकस टू क्रिएट व्हाइट कॉलर जॉब्स ओनली. हमारी सारी स्किल्स खत्म हो गई. अब हमें dying skills को भी revive करना होगा, because we have to live with our identity. In today's world, it's very important that the world is a global village, and in a global village, where am I? It's a very tough question, and you have a beautiful, glorious past, history, different languages, different cultures, different foods, different histories. The diversity of India is amazing, amazing. Worldwide, there's no match to the Indian history. But very unfortunate, we don't know about it. And when you don't know about yourself, I quoted you the example of the Britishers. I deliberately brought G.W. Lettner's quote, the reference over here, that how the Britishers could capture us, how they could rule more than 100 years. They targeted our education system, they hit our education system, and their job was done. And now we have to again define ourselves. No, we have to go for the self-introspection. We have to go back to nature, we have to go back to history, and we have to again go back to our diverse culture, and we have to even redefine, relocate our dying art forms also, our small scale also. We were known word-wise, and word needs it. In the global village, now is the time to stand up tall. And this policy will help us in learning and creating the same atmosphere that the world will be once again feel so proud of Indian setup. We have to reach to the world now.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Ma'am, before allowing you, however, we don't want to leave you, but before allowing you to leave the platform, I would like that student may take up the queries, and Nisha ma'am also answer the same queries in your presence.
Sure.
Yes, Harnaz, you can, I should ask first of all, principal ma'am. Ma'am, few students want to ask a few questions to you. Should I allow them? Nisha ma'am, can I allow few students to ask some questions to you?
Hello, Meenakshi. Actually, I'm busy in paperwork. Will you please repeat your question?
Ma'am, few students want to ask a question. So can I allow them to ask you a question?
Yes, yes, why not?
Okay, okay. Yes, Harnaz, please ask your question, bache. Ma'am is here.
Very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Harnaz, and Nisha ma'am, I had a question for you. Since you have such an extensive experience in this field, and specifically with regard to the national education policy, it's a brilliant policy according to me. It's a 66-page long policy, and I think everyone should go through it. Ma'am, one main emphasis is that it seeks to make education multidisciplinary. Like even IIT should have a public administration department, to quote one example. So ma'am, how do you think, and it also needs that all those institutions which only offer one single discipline need to be converted into multidisciplinary centers. So how do you think this big, huge change where India is streamlined towards only thrusting children into particular fields like medical, non-medical, how will this policy be implemented to ensure that this multidisciplinary approach is upheld? How will the implementation take place, according to you?
Okay, beta. First, I would like to tell you that it's not a short-term policy. It has a long-term perspective. This policy will be implemented over the next period, I think 10 years period. So we have a nice time span with us. And secondly, I would like to tell you that already we are having multidisciplinary institutions. Long back, IITs, they are already having the departments of humanities and social sciences. I know there is IIT Bombay, there is one department of humanities and social sciences.
Yes.
Similarly, already we have institutions of national importance, like you take a look at our Meher Chand Mahajan DAV College for Women. We have all the streams: art, science, commerce, food science. And you will be surprised to know, I would like to elaborate on this one thing just as an example, that only recently, I just mentioned also that the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, they have selected our institution, leaving all the technical institutions of Chandigarh behind. They have selected our institution for imparting training in food processing. So that means that we already have this kind of multidisciplinary approach in our education system. So that will not be a problem. at the most, I think this can happen that this kind of system will initially be started in the very big, very prestigious institutions, and gradually the smaller institutions which are unable to sustain the growing in the changing scenario, they will be merged into existing big institutions, and then this multidisciplinary approach can be followed. I think that answers your question.
Yes, ma'am. That was very well explained. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, rightly said. And even we are moving towards it. We are doing so many things in our college also to bring that change with the help of curriculum and research.
That's
Yes,
right.
yes, Shrishti, your question to principal, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you so much
Ma'am.
for wonderful words. Actually, I have a bit question is that, ma'am, since the policy is really good on papers, but when it comes to implementation, we always lack. But I hope and believe on the government that it will be implemented to its best. But, ma'am, there's always a peer pressure and a teacher's perspective regarding the marks. Ma'am, students have always been judged on their personality, their skills, their all talent is judged on their mark sheet. So how will this policy will change this scenario, and this archaic thinking of mark sheet is not a curricular for somebody's talent?
Okay, beta, I would like to share with you on this also that recently there is a focus on introducing choice-based credit system across Indian colleges and universities. You know, this grading system already prevails all over the world. That's what I mentioned when I talked about the weaknesses of our own education policy. Our education policy is low on employability. Why is it low on employability? Because it does not have that grading system, and it does not emphasize on vocationalization of education. So when this choice-based credit system is fully implemented in our education system, then obviously our youth will be able to move to other countries. So the main weakness of our education system is that the people who get their degrees in India, they are not employable elsewhere in other countries. So with this new education policy and with introduction of choice-based credit system, the transferability of and the mobility of our students over the world will increase. And gradually, you know, this assessment system, which is based on this mark system, this will disappear gradually. This is also a major component of our new education policy.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ma'am, however, being the faculty or the co-convener of the program, I should not ask question, but I cannot resist myself.
Okay,
Both of you are looking amazing today. Just look at the combination that is being made on my screen. Secondly, ma'am, both of you are homemakers also.
Yes.
A great educator also. Ma'am is running this huge institution. Harjinder ma'am is also, you know, quite popular, famous, and administrator as a statutory body. Ma'am, just one tip to the prospective homemakers or employers or for us also. Please share one tip, both of you. It's my request. How to be that multitasking and still maintaining the patience, still maintaining the smile on your face. Both of you are smiling. So please.
I would request our chief guest to first answer that question, and then I give her that priority, please.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
I would like to tell the students and all the participants that in the new education policy, the experiential learning part is very, very beautiful. That is amazing. I think learning by doing and being passionate. I would just like to say, as a teacher, this is one area which is not a profession, it is a passion. And when you have passion, no education, nothing is required, only your passion and commitment is there, you can reach the sky. Sky is the limit to reach. I think you have to be confident about yourself, and you have to give your best in everything. That's what I feel. And in sharing, you enrich yourself. Always think whatever you know, if you share your learning, you become more intelligent. And this is same everywhere. Sharing is the best fund. Now, what I saw in my life, I worked in different areas. I would like to quote when I entered politics, I didn't know ABC of politics, but good 20 years I was unbeatable. This was only the love of the people. I went to Punjab Arts Council. Art was not my area. I went there as administrator, but 3 consecutive terms I gave there, and I rebuilt the corpus of Dr. M.S. Randhawa, a legendary personality. I think, what did I do? I did nothing. It was just making your workplace your home. And this is with everyone. And now I quitted my all that career and joined welfare sector. Nationally, people ask me the question, people join welfare sector and then enter politics. Why you have done the vice versa? This is living with yourself. I was not very comfortable. I thought that at the grassroots level, whatever is a gray area is, as a human being, it's my duty to repay back to my society. I think when you start thinking like that, you start enjoying your life. You start enjoying every moment of life, and such experience enrich you, your surroundings. Like I am getting all the energy from you, Dr. Meenakshi, now from Dr. Nisha Bhargava. Energy flows from front of you only. It's not within. It's you have to capture it. It's a magnetic touches. And I would urge the students and all over here, since we are teacher and taught over here, and we all should focus just one thing: give your best and share with everyone.
हरजिंदर मैम, आपने गागर में सागर भर दिया है। थोड़े से शब्दों में आपने वो सारा कुछ कह दिया जो मैं कहने का प्लान कर रही थी। तो मैं दूसरे शब्दों में इन्हीं बातों को कहना चाहूंगी कि एक तो मैंने लाइफ में सीखा है, इफ यू हैव ए विजन, you need not do anything, your vision will drive you. So must have a dream, so must have a vision, that is very important in your life. और काम जो भी आप लाइफ में चुनते हो ना, उसको प्यार करो. If you love your work, you need no vacation. जो आपको फिर काम में सुख, जो संतुष्टि मिलती है, वो कहीं जाके और नहीं मिलेगी. आप वापस काम की तरफ भागना चाहोगे. And I think both of us, Madam Harjinder and myself, we love and worship our work. That's the reason we are smiling. And one small thing which can add quality to your life is that you should regularly do some kind of meditation or yoga early in the morning. Even if you do it for 20 minutes, half an hour, that will be all right, because that will set your priorities clear in your mind, and that will also relax your mind from daily stresses and deadlines. So that is my suggestion, that whatever you do, please spare some time for yourself for doing meditation or yoga. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to both of you, both charming ladies on my screen. So it was truly inspirational. However, we don't want to bid bye to both of you, ma'am. But our next resource person is waiting for a long time. So thank you so much, Harjinder ma'am, and thank you, Nisha ma'am.
Thank you very much, and all the very best.
Thank you,
Thank you, dear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, moving forward to the session 3, the yoga, the practice of yoga for mindfulness. We have none other than with us the principal of Government College of Yoga, Yoga Education and Health of Chandigarh, Dr. Sapna Nanda. She has done MSc in Food and Nutrition, MEd PhD, and a certificate course in yoga. She has more than 34 years of teaching. She has guided 40 dissertations and supervising 6 PhD scholars as well. She has authored and co-authored several books, namely Contemporary India and Gender, School and Society, etc. She has published many research papers in journals of national and international repute. She is a chief editor of e-journal, The Yoga Insight. She has been actively engaged in various programs focusing on yoga, maternal, child, and adolescent health care. She has been anchoring various programs on radio and television on health and yoga. She is an executive member of Indian Dietetic Association, Chandigarh chapter, and joint secretary of Chandigarh Softball Association as well. She is an added member of faculty of Education, Punjab University, member of Board of Studies in Health and Family Welfare and Population Education, and member of Board of Studies and Faculty of Education, and so on. Such a versatile personality with us, and I am just keeping myself hold, and without much delaying, I would like to invite Dr. Sapna Nanda on the platform and share her valuable insight on practice of yoga for mindfulness. Yes, ma'am, we welcome you.
Om Shanti. Thank you, dear Meenakshi, for your kind words. Respected Madam Principal Nisha Bhagwa ma'am, distinguished speakers, very dedicated team of organizing committee, and esteemed audience of this program, workshop cum awareness program, a very pleasant afternoon and warm regards to all. At the outset, I would like to congratulate both the collaborating institutions for organizing such a wonderful workshop cum awareness program and choosing such a relevant topic, character building for education, in reference to new education policy 2020, which is the need of the hour, and it is much relevant topic. And secondly, I express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of both the colleges for giving me this opportunity of sharing this platform with you all. And thirdly, I would like to share that I'm a fortunate alumni of this very prestigious institution, and I'm proud to be alumni of this institution, and I'm here because of all the core values which I imbibed through these institutions during my career. Thank you so much, Meenakshi.
That's great. We have a family member back.
So thank you, Ji. Thank you for inviting me and sharing this platform with you all. I'm grateful. I'm obliged. Thank you, Meenakshi. And so let's proceed further to the topic, that is yoga for mindfulness, which is much relevant, much needed, no doubt, in the present times of COVID-19. So the need for yoga has increased multifold. So the topic is yoga for mindfulness. We all human beings, we are searching for health, happiness, peace, prosperity, love, power, and so many virtues, core values, which are already there in all of us. We say we are human beings. Human means, this word is derived from humus word, which means body is composed of 5 elements: air, water, ether, fire, and air. So these 5 elements are the dead elements. These are inanimate elements, but the real driving force is our soul, which is the driving force of this whole body. And when we talk of our health, bodily health, so the definition given by World Health Organization way back in 1948 stands true even today. WHO says that health is a state of complete physical, mental, social, and emotional well-being, and not merely absence of disease or infirmity. And when we talk of health, the concept of yoga and meditation and mindfulness are very relevant for overall well-being of a man. So this word yoga, as the name suggests, it has been derived from Sanskrit dhatu yuj, which means union or connection or sambandh. This connection can be between any 2 persons. माता पिता का संतान के साथ कनेक्शन होता है, टीचर का टॉट के साथ रिलेशनशिप हो सकता है, हस्बैंड का वाइफ के साथ connection. So it can be union between any 2 things. And when we are talking in concept of health, so it is union of body, mind, and soul. There must be harmony between body, mind, and soul to attain a state of complete health and well-being. So जब योग की बात करते हैं तो आयुर्वेदा को भूला नहीं जा सकता, and this knowledge is as old as 5,000 years old, given by our ancient sages. Ayurveda, the name is very clear. Veda means wisdom and Ayu means life. So this is the knowledge of life, and Ayurvedic concept of health says sam dosha, sam agnishcha, sam dhatu malkirya, prasanna atamendriya mana sthiti iti abhyetete. So Sushruta Samhita में ये लिखा गया है कि when one is in a state of complete health, when the 3 doshas, that is Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, these 3 doshas are formed. It is a theory of 3 dosha, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. No doubt name is like doshas, but it is important. These 3 doshas are important for the overall health of a man. So when the three doshas, that is Vata, Pitta and Kapha, and digestive fire, that is digestion, assimilation and metabolism of all the body tissues, as well as the 7 components, that is dhatus. 7 dhatu hai: Rakt, Ras, Mas, Med, Asthi, Majja and Shukra. When these 7 dhatus, which form our entire physical body, and all the excretory functions, including urination and defecation, are in a complete perfect order, along with pleasantly disposed and contented mind, spirit and senses, then a person is said to be in a state of complete health. So physical health ही नहीं, साथ में mental well-being is as important as the physical health of a person. And it is also said that health is a dynamic balance. When there is a balance of all the 3 doshas, Vata, Pitta and Kapha, when there is a balance, then body is in a state of complete health. And balance of all the 3 doshas along with normal metabolic activity and efficient elimination, coupled with a tranquil mind, senses and a contented self, that leads to a state of complete health and mental well-being. So neither ill nor good comes from outside. Even troubles as well as solution, आदि और व्याधि, दोनों ही हमारे अंदर है. जब तक there is a state of balance, there is a state of complete health, and when there is disharmony, it leads to disease, means dis plus ease. So it leads to ill health or poor health. So अब हमारा topic है mindfulness. So when we talk of yogic concept of mind, so mind is very subtle energy. It cannot be seen as a brain, which is a gross thing. So it is very subtle kind of energy, which comprises of 4 instruments: man, chit, buddhi or ahankar. Man is the thinking part of the our body, and then chit is the storing part, that is memory. Buddhi is the deciding part, that is our intellect, and ahankar is the controlling part, that is ego. So these are the 4 components of our mind. And what is mindfulness? When we are aware, we are consciously aware of what we are doing. Sometimes, most of the times, we are doing something, but we are not aware of what we are doing. TV देखते देखते ही क्या खा लिया, कितना खा लिया, ज़्यादा कम या quality or quantity of food, we are not aware, but we are engrossed in the some other activity or some engaged in some other activity. So that is not mindfulness. Mindfulness is the quality or a state of being conscious or aware of what we are doing. So it is a mental state achieved by focusing our awareness on present moment, what we are doing at this particular moment, being aware of our thoughts, our emotions, our senses, and our feelings. So it is used as one of the therapeutic technique to heal our mind, to heal our soul. So when we are mindful, it helps us to reduce our stress because we are focused on what we are doing. So there is concentration, there is focus on any particular activity. So it relieves our stress, it enhances our performance also. It helps us to gain insight and awareness through observing our own emotions, our own feelings, our own senses, and our own self. So there are 3 important components or characteristics of mindfulness. First, intention to cultivate the awareness. There must be a will, there must be intention to cultivate that awareness, that is coming back to the same thing again and again. Mind is very चंचल, तो हमारे thoughts जो हैं they go haywire, बड़ी speed से thoughts आते हैं और 1 मिनट में लगभग 35 से 40 थॉट्स आते हैं, और पूरे दिन में हम 1 घंटे में देखें जाए तो 35 से 40 हजार थॉट्स आते हैं. So we have to bring our thoughts to that particular present moment. So there must be will or intention to cultivate the awareness, number 1. Number 2, there must be attention to what is occurring in the present moment. We must be present in the current moment. Most of the time, 90% of the time, we are either in our past or in our future, and only 10% of time we are in our present moment. So second is attention to see what is occurring at this particular moment. Simply observing our thoughts, our emotions, our feelings, or our senses, where these senses are the gateways from where we are gathering all the informations, food for our mind. So we have to observe all these, and then there must be an attitude that is non-judgmental, that is curious, and that is kind. And there are certain principles of mindfulness, जैसे अभी मैंने बताया कि principle of non-judgmental. This word isn't black and white. There are different hues of colors and we must enjoy each and every hue of color. जिंदगी का ये principle है, variety is the essence of life. Then there must be patience, as the saying goes, कि patience is the virtue. Then trust, component of trust, non-striving, acceptance for all. Instead of blaming, blame game, we must accept the things, the situations, the persons as it is, as they occur in the present moment, and then letting things go, letting our worries go. Please do not hold on the things or worries for lifelong. So these are the basic principles. Now, if we talk of yoga and mindfulness, in fact, yoga without mindfulness cannot be a yoga. योग क्या है? जब हम किसी भी प्रेजेंट मोमेंट में जो भी हम काम कर रहे हैं उसको ध्यान से कर रहे हैं, वी आर फोकसिंग ऑल आर अवेयरनेस, आर conscious awareness on that particular moment, that is yoga. We cannot think of yoga and mindfulness separately. जो हम काम कर रहे हैं अगर उसमें हमारी पूरी awareness है, that is a yoga, and that is Karam Yoga, of course, and both yoga and mindfulness go hand in hand. And both yoga and mindfulness help to quieten our mind, cultivate a deeper connection and understanding of our own self. Both yoga and mindfulness teach us to tune our breath, because breath is the connecting link between our body and mind. जो प्राणायाम है, आयाम मीन्स कंट्रोल करना, प्राण मीन्स ब्रेथ. सो ब्रेथ को कंट्रोल करने वाली जो फोर्स है, वो एनर्जी है, दैट कनेक्ट्स आवर बॉडी एंड माइंड, एंड कनेक्शन ऑफ बॉडी एंड माइंड इज योग. And then it helps to pay attention to our bodily sensations. What sensations are going on in our body? गर्मी लग रही है, सर्दी लग रही है, पेन हो रहा है, खुशी महसूस हो रही है, क्या फीलिंग्स है हमारी, क्या इमोशंस हैं, क्या थॉट प्रोसेस चल रहा है, and to learn to accept the reality as it is, as it comes in our way at that particular moment. So it is very rightly said that yoga is journey of self to the self and through the self. There are certain benefits of yoga and mindfulness. No doubt it improves the physical health and alleviates physical ailments like blood pressure, helps to reduce pain, releases our mental stress also, improves the quality of our sleep, and so on. So besides, and regulates our all metabolic activities going on in our body. If we are focusing when we are eating food and we are focusing on our process of eating, in taking of food ingestion, the quality of digestion is no doubt going to be very good. Digestion, absorption, and assimilation of nutrient is going to be very good. So no doubt it helps in improving all our metabolic activities, but it has mental benefits too. Mindfulness helps to keep the negative emotions like hatred, anger, jealousy, anxiety, depression away, and boost positivity, enthusiasm, and overall well-being of an individual. And regular practice of mindfulness means keeping awareness, focus on our emotions, on our thoughts, helps to improve our overall well-being. It helps to gain better insight, better awareness of our feelings, of our emotions and thoughts, and that helps to have us a better understanding of the thing, situation, which helps us to make good decisions, good decision making process, which improves our productivity and hence also improves our creativity and outcome. So very rightly said, neurons that fire together, wire together. So yoga emphasizes on abhyasa. Abhyas means practice, which needs regularity, rhythm, and repetition in one's dedicated practice. And when we mindfully and consciously perform those techniques of yoga repeatedly, we create a neural network, neural pathways, which get stronger and stronger with abhyasa or practice and with time. And you lose which you don't use. बचपन में हमने Lamarck's theory of use and disuse of organs पढ़े थे कि जिस organ को हम ज़्यादा use करते हैं वो ज़्यादा develop हो जाता है, hypertrophy, and which organ is used less, that disappears. So we lose what we don't use. So if we keep using our brain neural network, it gets stronger and stronger with practice. And very truly said, where the mind goes, energy flows. जहां हमारा ध्यान जाता है, हमारी कॉन्शियसनेस जाती है, एनर्जी ऑटोमेटिकली उसी डायरेक्शन में फ्लो करने लगती है. If we think positive, we draw positive energy, and when we are thinking negative, we attract negative energies. So mind, where mind goes, energy flows, and we can thus use our mind to change our brain, to change our mind for the betterment. And this is only self-directed neuroplasties. How the neurons are built with practice, with abhyas, with mindfulness. This is self-directed neuroplasty. And a little bit about mindful meditation. This is a mental training practice that teaches us to slow down our racing thoughts. इतनी thoughts हमारे दिमाग में आती हैं, but do we anytime consider what is the quality of our thoughts? Are they usual thoughts, normal thoughts, routine thoughts, or negative thoughts, or positive, or are these elevated thoughts? When we are engrossed in the negative or obsolete thoughts, such kind of thoughts which do not add any value, then we are depleted of our energy. थोड़ी सी भी चिंता आ जाए, थकावट ऐसे महसूस होती है, बॉडी एक होने लग जाएगी, सिर दर्द होने लग जाएगा, टेंशन, स्ट्रेस, डिप्रेशन होने लग जाएगा. If there is the quality of thought is either a negative or low quality of thought, so we have to observe our quality of thought. So उसके लिए हम यूज करते हैं SOS. जैसे डॉक्टर जो मेडिकल प्रैक्टिशनर है, वो मेडिसिन की प्रिस्क्रिप्शन पे SOS लिख देते हैं. SOS का यहाँ पे क्या मतलब है माइंडफुलनेस में? स्टॉप, observe and stare. We have to stop for a while, observe our thoughts, quality of thoughts, and then if the quality of thought is not good, it is negative, then we have to stare at them. घूरने से जब हम अपनी उनको observe कर रहे हैं, घूर रहे हैं उन thoughts को, तो वो automatically slow down हो जाएंगी. So that is the training of mindful meditation, to slow down the racing thoughts, to let go of negativity and calm both mind and body. So mindfulness techniques can vary, but in general, this mindfulness meditation involves breathing exercises. Pranayam, जैसा कि अभी मैंने बताया कि प्राणों को, this is vital life force energy which need to be controlled and which brings awareness of body and mind, connection between body and soul. So there are scientifically proven benefits of mindfulness and meditation. No doubt it reduces anxiety, reduces implicit age. There is a therapy known as mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, which is used as a therapeutic treatment to treat stress, anxiety, and depression. Then it also increases body satisfaction, improves cognition. Cognition means our thought process. Thinking, reasoning, judgment, decision-making, creativity. These are the cognition processes, and it also helps the brain to reduce the distractions, improve the concentration, memory, immediate recall memory, and then improves the learning outcomes also. So very beautifully said in Srimad Bhagavad Gita, कि lift yourself to be your own self. Make efforts to lift yourself. Don't lower yourself due to lack of this effort. And when you understand your own self, you become your true friend. And when you don't understand your own self, you are your worst enemy. So yoga is journey of self to the self and through the self. So we must understand our own self. So there are certain yogic tools to improve mental health and well-being. So these include metacognition. Metacognition means objective view of our habitual pattern of thoughts and behavior. We need to observe our thought, our behavior very objectively, very unbiasedly. And Patanjali emphasizes on abhyasa. Abhyasa is relentless positive self-effort. Then Vairagya is dispassionate attitude. Along with Ishriya Paridhan is acceptance and humility of the universal plan. God's plan is always perfect. This is all word drama, and we are all puppets, and we are playing our roles in that particular direction, and we need to understand, we need to accept the reality as it is through training of our mind, and then change in our inner perspective through pratipaksha bhavanam, adoption of contrary attitude to negativities. We must have attitude of positivity, and then clarity of mind, chit prasadnam, through adoption of maitri, friendliness towards those who are at peace, karuna, that is compassion for suffering, mudita, that is cheerfulness towards virtuous, and upekshanam, that is indifference or avoidance of evil. And if we inculcate these virtues in ourselves, we need to observe what is our thought pattern, what is our behavior, what are our emotions. So those need to be observed consciously, and that is only mindfulness. So here I conclude by saying that yoga helps cultivate appropriate attitude towards life, and to help proper ichha shakti, we need kriya shakti for what can be changed, and what cannot be changed, we need to accept it as it is. So there must be Gyan Shakti also to know the difference, and that attitude needs to be cultivated. Attitude of letting things go, letting our worries go, attitude of gratitude helps to create harmony of body and mind. And when there is disharmony, then it leads to illness, poor health or disease. Adi और व्याधि दोनों हमारे अंदर ही हैं. So health and happiness are our birthrights. Claim them and develop them to your maximum potential. And most people today are busy finding health, happiness, peace, prosperity outside, whereas these all lie within us, and we need to be very consciously aware of all these which are already present in within us. And yoga is the best way to help gain insight into our thoughts and emotions, and this is our birthright, and we must attain the goal of human existence through yoga and meditation. So I quit here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sapna ma'am. Very rightly said. As I can conclude on your insight, just you have just shared, that balance is in the nature as per you, ma'am, and we can adopt that balance in our life with the help of yoga. And the youth should channelize their energy, and whenever they find a gap between their dreams and reality, they should take a deep sigh. They can adopt meditation and then again recollect themselves towards moving the life. So
Very
thank you so
right.
much, ma'am. Thank you so much,
Thank
ma'am,
you.
for sparing your
You're welcome.
valuable time. It was very informative session, and I hope all the participants have benefited through your insight, ma'am. Thank you
We have
so
yoga
much.
sessions for public, for students. We have yoga
Yes,
sessions in our yoga college. Anyone who wants to join yoga or meditation, they are welcome to
so
yoga
nice.
college.
So nice to inform that, ma'am. And we have just got one family member back in the family today. So thank you for being there.
We are privileged.
Yes, ma'am. On behalf of our principal, ma'am, and Vidarbha College, ma'am, I extend heartfelt gratitude to you for sparing your valuable time. Hope to have a session with you again, ma'am. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Jay. Stay blessed, stay happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, moving forward to the concluding session of today, may I invite Dr. Sudhi Manloi on the platform. Before inviting her to deliver her session, I would like to take this opportunity to briefly introduce her to the audience. Dr. Sudhi Manloi is an assistant professor at the Department of History, Vishwa Bharati, Shantiniketan, West Bengal. She did her BA Honours in History from Delhi University and MA from JNU and PhD from Central University of Madhya Pradesh. She has been involved in UGC SAP research program at the Department of History, Vishwa Bharati. Her area of research mainly concentrate on socio-cultural history of modern India, history of caste of colonial Maharashtra, and history of gender in colonial India. She has been awarded JRF from UGC. She has participated in many national and international conferences. She was invited as a resource person in European Social Science History Conference held in Queen University, Belfast, Northern Ireland in 2018, and participated in International Conference on Gender and History in University College of London in 2017. She has been a member of Gender Sensitization Cell and Student Grievance Redressal Cell in Vishwa Bharati. She served as a visiting faculty in Bharati College in DU, Pandit Ravi Shankar University in Raipur, Central University of Madhya Pradesh, Jyotish Ray College, Kolkata, etc. She has published many research articles in journals of national and international repute. So, ma'am, we welcome you on the platform of RUSA sponsored workshop and awareness program on character building through education with special reference to National Education Policy 2020. I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Sunita Mandloy on behalf of Meherchand Mahajan DAV College for Women and Vidarbha College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Maharashtra.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your nice introduction. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to the principal, ma'am, of MCM DAV College, Chandigarh, and Vidarbha College, Maharashtra, for giving me this opportunity to share my views through this platform. And I would like to congratulate the organizing committee for organizing this awareness program on character building through education. Um, I really want to say that you have made a wonderful attempt in the direction of character building. So today I am going to speak or share my views on Indian culture and history in character building with a special reference to NEP 2020. Now, India is one of the ancient civilization of the world and has a rich, diversified cultural heritage. Unlike most other countries of the world that have homogeneous communities, India is a conglomeration of cultures. There are commonalities among all these cultures and traditions of India, which is the edifice of country's unity. Dating back to over 5,000 years old civilization, India's culture and history have been adorned by migrating population. It is also one of the few ancient civilizations to have survived over the years. Now, one reason for its survival is the values which are deeply rooted in our culture, and the other reason is the basis of its development is spirituality. India possesses a continuous cultural history right from the dawn of its civilization. It is a unique example of a continuous process of growth and evolution of its ancient civilization, and that is why Indian culture is always integral in its approach. India is the proud torchbearer of its cultural heritage, and it is a culture based society. Many centuries passed by, many changes have occurred, many foreign invasions have taken place, but the Indian culture is continuously prospering, and this shows the dynamic character of our culture. Now, this word culture has its origin in the Latin word cultura, which emerged from the word colere, meaning to cultivate. Thus, culture has a great influence on individual value framework. It is not only learned and acquired by individuals in a social, but it is also accumulated and transmitted from generation to generation through the mechanism of language, socialization, and learning. So, this word culture, therefore, may mean a set of ideas, beliefs, values, knowledge, behavior, custom, religion, philosophies of great thinkers, art, and education of a particular society. Culture leads to a state of perfection and refinement of the individual through social agencies like family, educational institutions, and the community at large. Over the past 5,000 years, Indian culture has responded differently to different influences, but it has preserved, absorbed, and assimilated elements from different culture. And this is the reason behind the success of our culture and civilization. Now, Indian civilization can be traced back to as early as 2800 BC with the highly developed urban Harappan culture, which is followed by Aryan civilization. Then we have seen the Buddhist era and the various foreign nationalities. They have entered into India at different point of time. The Indo-Greeks, the Shakas, the Kushanas, the Huns. Then we have the Gupta civilization, the Mauryan culture, and then in the medieval era, we have the Muslim civilization of the Delhi Sultanate as well as the Mughal rulers. And in the modern period, Western influence during the British rule have also influenced the Indian culture. The assimilation and absorption can be seen in the country's religion, art, architecture, language, different lifestyles, food, clothing, customs, and traditions. There may be subcultures of different religion and languages, but there is one national culture, that is the Indian culture. So I believe that cultural development is a historical process. Our ancestors learned many things from their predecessors, and the culture we inherit from our predecessors is called our cultural heritage. So Indian culture heritage binds us together. It is an integral part of our lives. It gives us certain identity. It expands our intellectual horizons and also liberate us from the chains of prejudices. Now, there are essential components of our culture, and among them, it is the family, which is the basic unit of society, because families are essential in preserving and transmitting cultures. The traditions, the beliefs, ideas, value system of persons are nurtured by the family first, in which he or she is born into. In India, the family forms the nucleus, round which the child evolves and absorbs the values from their parents, the values of sharing, caring, tolerance, unity, loyalty, integrity, etc. Then another important component of our culture is our festivals. They are celebrated in India across the country. Most of the festivals have a religious significance. Festivals involve the meeting of families, friends, eating meals together. Music and dance have been the part of our festivals, which creates a strong bond of unity. They are an integral feature of festival celebrations and bring people together on a common platform. They appeal to our aesthetic sense. From childhood, uh, we have been taught to be familiar with music and dance of our own region, and simultaneously also to respect the music and dance of other regions. So Indian music, dance, drama, theater, they are the essential part of our culture. Then another important component of culture is language, and it is the medium through which effective communication takes place. It is first learnt in the family and then it is developed in school, and it is linked to art and culture. Knowledge of mother tongue is also vital because without it, culture and tradition would not be transmitted. Now, our new education policy 2020 has laid stress on the promotion of Indian languages. It has highlighted that Indian languages have not received their due attention and care, particularly the Sanskrit language, the local dialects, and the other. And with the country losing over 220 languages in the last 50 years alone. So UNESCO has also declared 197 Indian languages as endangered. So language plays a very effective role, not only in the preservation, but also the transmission of culture from one generation to another. So in order to preserve and promote culture, one must preserve languages. Then food and clothing, they are also the essential part of our culture. Food in India is valued because it is believed to be a gift from God. From childhood, we have been taught not to waste food and share it with others. Feeding the hungry and the poor is an important feature of our culture. Clothes in India are associated with tradition, diversity of culture, and family pride. They are not simply fashion statements. Each state has its different style. To dress up in traditional clothes on festive occasion is an important part of our culture. Similarly, the national symbols in India represent the Indian culture and tradition. Our flag, our national anthem, our national song, emblem, they all symbolize unity, truth, and patriotism. National symbols are distinctive to the country and must be encouraged to treat youth and people, they must be encouraged to treat these symbols with love, respect, and appreciation because they play an effective role in the spread of nationalist feeling. Now, these are the essential component of our culture, but NEP 2020 Part 3 focuses on certain key areas, and one among them is the promotion of Indian culture and language. Now, NEP 2020, that is National Education Policy 2020, considered it important not only for the nation, but also for the individual. Cultural awareness and expression are among the major requirements for the development in children in order to provide them with a sense of identity, belonging, as well as appreciation for other culture and identity. And it is through the development of a strong sense and knowledge of their own cultural history, art, languages, traditions, that student can build a positive cultural identity. Thus, cultural awareness and expression are important contributors both to individual characters building as well as societal well-being. But in contemporary times, we have been facing challenges at various levels, and there is a clear contradiction between professed beliefs and those implicit in actual behavior. There seems to be dehumanization, desensitization in the individuals of today. Honesty and integrity are on decline, and this adversely affects every aspect of economic, political, and social life. Intolerance and religious disharmony has become the norms of today. Antisocial activities, immoral activities are happening here and there in our society. Crime is flourishing. Violence of all kind has reached to unprecedented levels. So the crisis of the value system, distorted and contradictory norms and behavior are the real challenges today in our society. And all of us are concerned about diminishing moral values and the growing intolerance among communities. We are also bothered about the declining cultural awareness among our children about their own cultural background. And it is a sad reality that most of our youth do not have sufficient understanding of the strength of their own cultural background. And they pick up inaccurate, distorted understanding, leading to complexities, prejudices, and intolerance. That is why NEP has laid a special emphasis on the promotion of Indian language and culture and the awareness about the Indian cultural values. Since India has diverse and rich cultural heritage, it is important to spread awareness about Indian cultural values through which we can play an important role in inculcating ethics, morality, and also contribute in character building. There will be neither sustainable economic growth nor social progress and peace if they are not in tune with our cultural heritage. Now, the two most important tenets of Indian culture are human values and holism. Now, human values refers to moral, spiritual, and ethics, while holism means unity. Now, there are certain core values of Indian culture which can facilitate character building. The first and the foremost is the truth and the righteous conduct. Truth resides within ourselves, and we call it by different names: conscious, inner self. And it is also referred to as intelligence within ourselves. And when the actions are based on the dictates of our inner self, they become right conduct and right action. Now, dharma is the principle of righteousness, and this term dharma here does not mean mere religion. It stands for duty, obligation, and righteousness. It is a whole way of life in which ethical values are considered supreme, and everyone is expected to perform his or her duty. So that is why this code of righteousness is meant to help us regulate our lives, just as we need a constitution that helps us make the framework for the governance of the country. Similarly, we need this righteousness, the code of conduct. And as against rights, our culture has always emphasized on moral duty first. It is believed that performance of one duty is more important than asserting one right. Assertion for fundamental right is very essential for the intellectual growth, but at the same time, we should pay attention towards our fundamental duties also, which our constitution assigned us. So all dharma and religious scriptures, whether it is Vedas, Bhagavad Gita, Buddhist and Mahavira scriptures, Guru Granth Sahib, teaches us to be truthful and maintain righteous conduct. The Bhagavad Gita stands for performing right karma without thinking about its result. That is, karm karte ja and phal ki chinta mat kar. If right conduct is adopted or imbibed by the student, then it would make them responsible and honest citizens of tomorrow, because it inculcates ethical and moral behavior. It builds up capacity for discipline, courage, determination, responsibility, and also a sense of justice. Now, another important characteristics of Indian culture is tolerance. In India, tolerance is found in all the religions. Many foreign cultures have invaded India, and Indian society have accepted and respected all those foreign nationalities in the past, be it Indo-Greeks, Parthians, Jews, Parsis, Shakas, Huns, etc. So this feeling of tolerance towards all religion is a phenomenal characteristics of Indian society. There is a peaceful coexistence of various religions in India. Pluralism is the keystone of Indian culture, and religious tolerance is the bedrock of Indian secularism. The Indian the secular character of Indian culture is basically the result of intermingling of people belonging to diverse cultural groups over a period of time. Now, historic events like the partition of the subcontinent on communal ground proved disastrous for the humanity across the border. It was one of the most traumatic events of modern times. But we can learn from this historic event that religious tolerance is the best solution of our social and communal conflict. The Constitution declares India to be a secular country, and everyone is free to profess and practice, propagate any religion of his or her choice. So, Indian culture has developed a very broad outlook and believed in the concept of live and let other live. Tolerance and piety are considered the main values of Indian religious diversity, and spirituality is the soul of Indian culture. Religious fundamentalism has never been a part of our culture. It is rather tolerance, spirituality, which has been the part of our society. And to live in a plural society, it is crucial to imbibe religious tolerance because it induces respect for spiritual beliefs, values, practices. It eradicates prejudices, encourages quality of acceptance and social bonding among youth and all. Then another important concept of our culture is universal brotherhood. It has a universal outlook and it has been promoting, India has been promoting the message of love and harmony to the entire world. Buddha and Mahavira in the ancient period, Kabir and Nanak in the medieval period, Gandhi, Tagore and others in the modern time has preached universal brotherhood and the concept of love. In fact, India became one of the founder members of the non-aligned movement in the post-independence era. In this manner, India has been discharging her responsibilities as a part of the world fraternity. And to add with this, love has a universal application. It can be employed in one's own family, society, living beings of all kind, and the world at the larger level. And love to nature is the need of the hour. It develops compassion, sympathy, sensitivity, empathy, gratitude, and kindness. Now, another important feature and a very strong element of our culture is assimilation. Now, unity and diversity is not simply a phrase. It is applicable to a country like India, which is incredibly rich in culture, heritage, and values. So many religions, so many beliefs, and so many faiths form the intricate mosaic of India's culture. India has experienced advent of different cultures and religions during different historical periods, but gradually all these cultures got assimilated into the fold of Indian cultural tradition. And this is evident not only in the adoption of new cultural forms and symbols through history, but in food habits, dresses, marriages, rituals, art, architecture, music, dance, etc. Indian culture has never endorsed cultural chauvinism. During the colonial period, it was easy for the European colonizing power to present itself as a superior culture and civilization and present Asian and Africans as inferior civilization. Now, when the colonial period ended, it showed the world the cruelty and inhumanity that sustained colonial rule. So, colonization, far from being a benevolent arrangement, benefiting the conquered people, and it was a plunder on an incredibly large scale. So, cultural chauvinism has never been the part of our culture. Rather, composite culture has been the hallmark of Indian tradition. It has always adjusted with other culture, India, and its ability to maintain unity among the diversities of all is the best characteristics. Indian culture got developed through receptivity and assimilation. So Vasudeva Kutumbakam is the soul of our culture. And this process of assimilation develops feeling of respect for others, sharing, caring, adaptation, and helps in character building. Now, another important feature of our culture is non-violence and peace. In Buddhism, the two most important ethical virtues are compassion and friendliness. The most important ethical value promoted by Buddhism and Jainism is non-violence or non-injury to all living beings. In fact, the Gandhi's concept of peace and non-violence is related to his concept of self. The path of non-violence was seen by him as a downward path away from humanity, while the path of non-violence was closer to humanness. So Gandhi was against not only physical violence, but for him, mental torture was also a form of violence. You might not be physically hurting someone, but if you are mentally torturing someone, that itself is a violence. So he explains that universal human value ahimsa ought to be cultivated not merely at personal level, but also at social, national, and international level too, if we wish to avoid conflicts of all kind. And global peace has become a major concern for these days. And if human values are not there, humanity will be destroyed. It can inculcate forgiveness, unity, harmony, and humanity among youth of today if this principle is to be adopted of our culture. Now, here I would like to focus on the educational philosophies of two great thinkers briefly, uh, who actually emphasizes on character building through education. The first thinker is Swami Vivekananda. His philosophy has been crucial for character building through education. It is based on the Vedanta philosophy, which considers that the ultimate goal of human life is to attain unity with the Creator, and service to humanity is the worship of God. Now, I quote here Swami Vivekananda that education is not the amount of information that is put into your brain and runs riots there undigested all your life. We must have life building, man making, character making, and assimilation of ideas. So, education without character, politics without principles, science without humanity, religion without love, and culture without unity is useless. Now, Swami Vivekananda emphasized on physical, mental, and spiritual development of children. He strongly criticized bookish knowledge. According to him, a good education is one that unfolds the hidden potential in human beings. True education needs cultivation of a sense of humanity. One of the main aims of education is building a strong character among the youth. So, spirituality, ethics, and morality should be the real basis of life as well as for education. And in Vivekananda's vision of character building, it includes 5 characteristics, such as development of humanity, serving society and humanity, development of physical strength, development of universal brotherhood, and world consciousness. According to him, modern education uh, is more career oriented and do not give emphasis on the cultivation of values and virtues, disciplining the mind, strengthening morality, and formation of strong character. So, Swamiji believed that the culture values of the country should form an integral part of the curriculum of education. The culture of India has its root in her spiritual values, and he felt that the modern system of education should incorporate more and more culture and ethical values in the curriculum. Education for him means that process by which character is formed, strength of mind, strength of mind is increased, and intellect is sharpened. As a result, one can stand and face the real challenges of life. Now, in addition to Swami Vivekananda, I would also like to focus on Rabindranath Tagore and his vision of Shanti Niketan. The philosophy of Rabindranath Tagore plays a crucial role in character building through value based education. He was a believer in cultural synthesis and international unity. To quote him, education is a permanent part of the adventure of life. It is not like a painful hospital treatment for curing students of their ignorance, but it is a function of the health, the natural expression of their mind's vitality. Now, Tagore wanted that education should develop thinking and imagination rather than mere memory or storage of information. He believed that education should be aimed at not merely to develop the intellect but the complete personality of the child. And education perspective and theories on education system should cultivate and nurture among children the ability to learn directly from nature and life. According to him, moral and spiritual values constituted the most important aspect of education. Now, Shantiniketan was started as a school by Tagore in 1863, and Shantiniketan embodies Rabindranath Tagore's vision of a place of learning that is unfettered by religion, caste, and regional barriers. Uh, his aim of education was to go beyond the confines of the classroom. Shantiniketan grew into the Vishwabharati University in 1921, attracting some of the most creative minds in the country. And Vishwabharati, according to Tagore, that grew out of the nucleus of a school, will not be a mere school. It will rather be a pilgrimage. So Tagore regarded this formation of Vishwabharati as the center for Indian culture. He demonstrated through his school in Shantiniketan the true value of education is the vitalization of Indian society and culture. He developed a curriculum that was a unique blend of art, human values, and cultural interchange. His philosophy of life emphasizes on humanism, universal brotherhood, and spiritual harmony. The motto of the university is where the world makes its home in a single nest. And in his last letter to Mahatma Gandhi, Tagore wrote, Vishwabharati is like a vessel carrying the cargo of my life's best treasure, and I hope that it may claim special care from my countrymen for its preservation. Now, Shantiniketan today also and Vishwabharati exemplify the continuation of Tagore's work as a living educational and cultural center. Rabindranath Tagore sought through various means to break down the existing barriers between the provincial and regional groups in Shantiniketan, between the English medium educated elites and the common people, between urban and rural economic groups, and also he made attempt to reduce the gender gap. His attempt of rural reconstruction, for his attempt of rural reconstruction, he sought to expand the school's relationship with its neighboring villages of the Santhal tribal community. The highest education, according to Tagore, is that which does not merely give us information but makes our life in harmony with all existence. Now, Tagore was one of the first to support and bring together different forms of art and culture at Shantiniketan. He invited artists and scholars from other parts of India and all over the world to live together at Shantiniketan and share their cultures with the student of Vishwabharati. He helped revive folk dances, folk traditions, baul music. He also introduced dance form from other parts of the country such as Manipuri, Kathak, Kathakali at Shantiniketan. Shantiniketan cannot be confined to the strict definition of an academic university. It is an educational institution, but one with a difference, where classes are taught in the open air, where nature and its seasons are celebrated instead of religious festivals, where the graduation ceremony is marked by gifting of a chatim leaf, and where humanism and the larger concept of universalism are rooted in Tagore's philosophy that the whole world can find a nest. Now, the vision of Tagore's Shantiniketan was that of inclusiveness. Not only the mind and the body were the part of Tagore's education, but also the soul. He laid emphasis on love to humanity, to nature, and to culture, which have come to Shanti Niketan and got assimilated there. Tagore believed that children should be deeply rooted in their own culture, but at the same time realize their unity. And his university also has the goal to find its root in India as well as its unity with the whole world. Vishwabharati literally means world India. Now, in Shantiniketan, Tagore has created a canon of seasonal festivals which were unique, and these are all the great cultural heritage of this place. Now, these festivals, which were initiated by Tagore, they are largely away from religious sentiments, and they have succeeded in creating a public space in Shantiniketan campus without any bias or barrier. There are festivals for every season which we celebrate. There are festivals for spring season like Vasanta Utsav. It is basically a celebration of Holi when the entire campus, university staff, student, as well as the local people, they come together, they assemble at the university campus and they celebrate this festival of colors. So there are no barriers, and a lot of intermingling has taken place over the years between the local people, between the university staff, between the teacher and the student through this festival. That in the monsoon season, we Tagore started a festival called Brickhorophan. Now this is the festival which we celebrate in our monsoon season, in which the entire university staff, the non-academic staff, student, they plant trees because Tagore invoked the five elements to make the earth receive the sapling. So it is through this uh, festival Tagore inculcate love for nature among the students, not only among the students but among the society, the members of the society at large. Then the Paush Mela, it is a fair which we celebrate in the winter month. It is a grand fair. It is organized by the people and the student of Vishwabharati perform in this fair. And this is symbolic of the amalgamation of different cultures and traditions that have come together. People from outside Bengal, from different parts of the world, they visit Shantiniketan during the Paush Mela. And a lot of cultural amalgamation takes place during this fair. Then, in addition to that, Tagore has also started festivals like Halakarshan, the plowing festival, in which he established a kind of bond with the tribal community and the peasant community who resides in and around Shantiniketan region. And we celebrate this plowing festival. And then Shilpo Utsav is also celebrating the implements of the craft person. Then Magh Mela is basically the rural fair which promote the sales of the rich cultural heritage of Shantiniketan, the rural good, because Tagore had a vision for rural reconstruction. So he encouraged the rural artisans to bring their locally produced goods, the famous Shantiniketan leather bags, the earthenware, the wooden iktaras, the terracotta jewelry, painting of these festivals, where many urban counterparts, they come and they could buy these goods. So on the one hand, it is promoting the sale of those rural handicraft products which is produced here in Shantiniketan, and it is giving an opportunity to the people to mix with each other. Now, when Gandhi came to Shantiniketan after his return to India from South Africa, he stayed here for some time with Gurudev, and it was Gurudev who gave this title Mahatma to Mahatma Gandhi, and Gurudev was the title which was given to Rabindranath Tagore by Mahatma Gandhi. So when he came and he stayed in Shantiniketan, he initiated a drive for self-help and cleanliness on 10th of March 1915. And since then, this day is celebrated each year as a Gandhi Punya, where the student, where the teachers, where the non-academic staffs, they undertake the menial task of the university. We clean our department, we clean our offices, we clean the campus, we clean the premises of our department, and all the cooks who are in the hostels and the servants who work at various departments, they enjoy holiday on this day. So the festivals of Shantiniketan are unique in their conception, execution, and intent. They also ensure participation of many communities because there are no barriers. The local people are welcome. They can come to the university campus. They can celebrate with the university staff, teacher, teacher and student. They have a very different kind of relationship. Guru Shishya Parampara is very much honored in this place. We are addressed by Didis and Dadas, not as ma'am and sir here. So this, because Tagore believed in inculcating that intimate kind of relationship between a teacher and a student. And Rabindranath Tagore has also composed various songs for these festivals and seasons, which are celebrated by students and teachers together. These songs are accompanied by dance performances of students and teachers. On all these occasions, the entire campus has a festive atmosphere with bowl traditions, songs, tribal dances, and other cultural performances being organized throughout the campus. Now, on the one hand, these festivals created a platform for everyone to come out of their private spaces, and on the other hand, they created a platform for intermingling of cultures. So Tagore's and thanks to today's time also, though there are many a modernization has taken place, and we have adopted modern technology also for the academic benefit of the student, but we have we are successful in maintaining Tagore's legacy, and Shantiniketan has managed to preserve the cultural heritage of this place, the folk culture, and in spreading cultural awareness also. And it is because Tagore wanted that cultural heritage should be preserved, and intermingling of culture should take place. He gave emphasis to healthy physique, spiritualism, humanity. He promoted intercultural and intersocial understanding and the harmony of mankind. Yoga, games, sports, all are prescribed in Shantiniketan as an integral part of the education system. Uh, Shantiniketan aimed to create an atmosphere where children would learn to respond to the world around them without any resistance, to preserve culture and to learn morality and ethics from it, to create a mind that is alert, questioning, and creative, to preach humanity and universal brotherhood, love for nature, cultural synthesis, tolerance, and peace. All these values are being imbibed among the students via this institution called Shantiniketan. Now, I would like to conclude by quoting Gandhi that all education must aim at character building because education is the means and character building is the aim. If one is to understand culture as being the most civilized relationship between humans, a sensitivity to and an understanding of those considered other is important. This is the only way of destroying prejudices, which is the beginning of the most uncultured behavior in today's time. Need of the hour is to bridge the cultural barriers, and the development of moral values for character building through cultural awareness is very significant, which is very well highlighted, and it is one of the vision in the National Education Policy 2020. Education without value is like a flower without fragrance. So students should realize that character building is equally important as career building. And for that, value-based education must be imparted in today's institutions. This kind of awareness regarding diversity of cultures should be generated among the students through modification in curriculum as well as the teaching learning strategies. We don't need cultural chauvinism. Rather, we need assimilation. Cultural identities needs to be encouraged, but this should not come in conflict with our citizenship. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was truly, however, due to some technical, Shraddha sir, Deshmukh sir, please mute yourself for the time being. Yeah. So thank you so much, Sudhi ma'am. And it was a virtual visit to the Vishwa Bharati University. And we learn from this session that literacy and learning are two separate aims of education. And with the help of education, with the help of pedagogy, inclusive pedagogy or naturalistic way of education, we can teach our young learners the values of tolerance, patience, love for humanity, the most important, and discipline our life. So thank you so much, ma'am, for providing and sparing your valuable time, first of all, for us, because we do know that you have a seminar today when you are personally a convener of this session. So thank you so much for sparing your valuable time. However, we couldn't see you because of some personal reason, but we enjoyed it thoroughly, ma'am. And now I would like to invite Professor Deshmukh to offer formal vote of thanks and conclude this session.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes. Sir, but there is some disturbance.
Here we have network problem, ma'am.
Now it's
Hello.
perfect. Yeah, please.
Thank you.
When you are speaking, then the problem comes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It is immense pleasure to express the vote of thanks on behalf of Mahajan DAV College for Women and Vidarbha College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Jyoti District, Chandrapur. Both the colleges have jointly organized a workshop or awareness program on character building through education with special reference to new education policy 2020. First of all, I express my sincere thanks to both the conveners, Honorable Principal Dr. Nisha Bhargava ma'am and Principal Dr. S.H. Shakya madam for organizing such a memorable program. Both of you have always been a source of inspiration, motivation for us. Your creative mind leads us on the right path, which is our real strength. Dr. Nisha ma'am, one of the intellectual speaker, shed light on what is role of education in character building. Ma'am, we all are pleased by your thought-provoking and inspirational ideas. Your views on character building must be the part of the curriculum. Really, it is a part of instructional strategies. Nisha ma'am, accept my thanks. I extend my thanks to Honorable Harjinder Kaur madam, who is with us in spite of her busy schedule. She expressed her enlightened thoughts on policy implications on character building. Dr. Kaur ma'am is an unique personality, and I think he is a walking, talking curriculum. She expressed how loyalty, morality, courage, ethical values, critical thinking, conceptual knowledge, and innovations can build a character. I express once again my sincere gratitude to her. I express my sincere gratitude towards Principal Dr. Sapna Nanda ma'am. First, I thought that she's expert on yoga. When I heard, ma'am, it seems that you are not expert only on yoga, but it seems that you are a physician, you are a psychologist, and you have influenced too much by your ideas. I propose my special thank to Dr. Sudhi ma'am, as we know, to inculcate the cultural values among students is one of the objectives of national education policy. India has the rich cultural heritage. Dr. Sudhi madam put forth her views on rich Indian history and culture which helps in character building. She quoted Gandhiji, Vivekananda, Gurudeva, and expressed how to build positive cultural identity. Cultivation of humanity is the main principle of education, and Gandhian principle of ahimsa should be adopted at the national level. Dr. Sudhi ma'am, you have introduced us with your experience in the campus of Vishwa Bharati University. What can I say about the convener of this program, Dr. Meenakshi Rana ma'am and her team? Dr. Meenakshi madam has incredible willpower. Her mind is the storehouse of positive energy. It seems that the words like negativity, impossibility, pessimism, and nuisance have allergy of Dr. Meenakshi ma'am. She deserves sincere gratitude for her tireless efforts and dedication to lead this memorable event to its grand success. I also express my thanks to the institutional RUSA coordinator, Dr. Neena Sharma ma'am, and the co-conveners of this program, Dr. Preeti Gambhir ma'am, Dr. Apra Sharma ma'am, Dr. S.D. Pangate sir, Raut sir, Mrs. Sahiba Sharma for their support and dedication in making the event successful. Friends, we had the fertile land to sow the seeds of knowledge. We had the intellectual minds as the food to grow the seeds in the plant. We had good water sources to develop the plants into a beautiful garden like paradise. But we are not sure of getting the sunlight. And you, all the participants from different states of India and abroad, fulfilled our requirement. Without your tremendous support and cooperation, we were unable to achieve our goal. You all participants deserve not only sincere thanks, but you deserve hats off. I hope you will be continuous support for us. Once again, I express my thanks to the conveners, coordinators, the speakers, all my colleagues, faculties from MCM DAV College, technicians, and all non-teaching staff of both the colleges for their contribution, support, and dedication for this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Yes,
so
ma'am.
much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. This was very, very encouraging, and we will keep working on like this in the future as well. I'll express my gratitude to all the participants for their time and attention throughout the session. Thank you so much. We will look forward for another successful session soon. Thank you.